What up, guys? Good morning, good morning. It's been a good morning. If you've been watching, we are very happy about today's action so far. We expect over $1 by end of day. Good morning, good morning. See, we can just leave it like that. We don't need anything more than that. Yo, yo, yo. What is up with this graph? Why is the graph broken? Why is my chart not giving me the daily? Why is it showing me 49 cents here when we're at 60 cents and I can't fucking see when we're like... This ain't the fucking daily. What the fuck? Oh, there we go. There we go. I don't know why it won't just fucking do that on its own. Alright. That is from the start of the day. Beautiful. That is a pretty chart. Especially when you look at the last 4 days we've had. Very pretty. MULN feels pretty. I expect a lot of the people that you guys hate on Twitter to be deleting their accounts in the next 24 hours. Like, it's almost impossible to imagine that MULN just does not rip heads off tomorrow. If not by the end of the day today. This volume just fucking amazing. We didn't have more than 23 million volume in the first hour of the day today. We had like 2 million in pre-market. And then 20 million, maybe 21 million in the first hour. And now we're at an hour, and we're at 2.5 hours in. And since that 23 million, we've done another almost 50 million shares already. Like, volume is picking up, and typically we're used to seeing the highest volume be in the first hour of the market, where the highest volume was in the second hour. And so if we can sustain the volume and maybe beat the second hour's volume in the third hour, like, shit's about to get wild, people. Every time the volume pumps, we go hit a new high. Almost instantly. It's beautiful price action we're seeing here. Smoke them if you got them. We're going to hit 100 million volume before we're halfway done with the market today. Like, we've seen lots of days like today, but none that came after 3 days of green. We've never seen MULN hit 4 days of green in a row. I don't think ever. I think this is the first time ever. And it's not the most percentages that we'd like to be seeing, but it's a fucking start, people. It's a fucking start. Oh yeah, on Twitter I'm seeing all types of new accounts show up with lots of subscribers saying like MULN's the way, MULN looking great, MULN TA, MULN, like everyone's saying good things about MULN, except for the people being paid not to, of course. Hard to find a real person who's not bullish on MULN. Somebody tried to say yesterday that the red MULN was just a white MULN in a wrap. And David Mitchery just posted a tweet an hour ago that has the red and white MULN at the same time on the track. That's fucking hilarious. This stock price action got nothing to do with no test drives. The test drives are great, and it definitely helps bring on new investors who might be looking for information. But if you think the majority of the investors are showing up because they're seeing somebody driving a car, that ain't the case. People are showing up because of the lawsuit, because of David Mitchery, because of the interview between him and Wes on YouTube, because of me, because of the stock price action, because of the TA. Like, I want a MULN 5, especially a MULN 5 RS, but I'm not going to pretend and sit here and say that that is the reason why we're up 23% right now. Yeah, I mean, I saw Anthony Nash's video where he's driving in the MULN, and that thing got viral. That thing went a little viral. Like, he got tons of likes, tons of retweets, tons of comments. And, yeah, there's no doubt that, I mean, again, for me, it was always seeing the MULN 5 RS go 200 miles per hour. Like, if they just give us a video of that, that would be better than any test drive out there. But that's okay. That'll come soon. Like, the MULN stock price been doing so good the last 4 days, the bears are like not even talking about delisting anymore. Like, you don't even hear the delisting argument anymore. Just because, like, if it was delisting, it wouldn't be doing what it's doing right now. And it looks like we're getting another pump. Let's pump it. Let's pump it. Where's that volume? There we go. 83, 83. Already at 84 million. Just in that last 10 seconds, we just did 0.16 million shares traded. I love that shit. 0.17. Already at another 0.11 million. 84.11. 84.25. 84.28. Let's keep pumping it. New highs incoming. Alright, somebody looks like they might be coming into the Discord chat to speak. Let's see if he makes it. I can hear you. What's up, man?
Hey, how are you, Marcus?
I'm doing okay.
That's good. Yeah, I decided to join your chat because nobody else wants to join your chat, so I thought I'd jump in. Because I've been watching your, I'm a new animator, by the way. I've been watching your show for a little bit, so, or your,
You said you're a new what?
I am noob animator on,
Oh.
YouTube.
Oh, nice.
So, yeah, so I've been watching your, objective reporting on MULN so far, so.
How long you been watching?
A long time, since last year, dude.
Oh, awesome.
So, yep. So, yeah, so I was gonna send you a message this morning, like, you know, hey, listen, this thing's squeezing slightly today, so, and it's gonna be bigger even tomorrow and Monday for sure. So, we traded 85 million shares so far. This is gonna go past 100 million today for sure. It's only 12 p.m. Eastern time, and we haven't even hit power hour yet.
For sure.
So,
it's like the pressure is obviously there. We're definitely headed up. The only question is how much and how fast, you know?
Yep. So the thing is that so people's watch lists it's gonna get more exposure on people's watch lists as well. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have this on their watch list right now, and it's all over social media. Twitter is on fire. Everyone's looking at it. Even stock puts, everyone's looking at it.
Well, so that's the thing. Everyone that's an investor is already looking at it, right? And so kind of like GameStop,
Yep.
everyone that got into GameStop, like they were all investors that were watching the market, that were on Wall Street bets, and that saw something happening, and they decided to jump in. But what's different with MULN is like those people that are watching, most of them haven't jumped in yet, and they're waiting for the actual, like, they want to see it up 1 to 2 to 3 to 500% before they jump in. And then a lot of the people, like when we are up 1,000%, whether it's tomorrow or whether it's a week from now, when it does happen, like there's going to be 10 million people that have not invested in the stock market since at least GameStop that are ready to come in and find out what's going on.
It's gonna FOMO right now. Right now, the sentiment is that it is squeezing. Okay, but it's not as hard right now, but it is getting there. It's just that those investors that you're mentioning right now that are on the sidelines, they're waiting for confirmation.
Right. And so you're right about that part, and you're right about all these watch list people and Twitter growing, like all that stuff. 100% is happening. But what I'm most excited about is the 10 million new people that come to see what the fuck is going on in the stock market.
Oh yeah.
I'm so excited for that, man.
I'm excited too, dude. I'm just watching the charts every day when I wake up in the morning. I'm just looking at this every day. The share count from today versus yesterday, like the volume, it's amazing. That's a
Have you ever seen MULN go up 4 days in a row? I don't know if we've seen it in 2 years.
No, that's another thing. That's
I don't know if we've ever seen it, bro.
That's actually a bullish trend. It's been red, and with the lawsuits going on, and with the amount of shorts that we had, that's a really good trend. That's a
like even when we went from 52 cents to $4.18 back from March 2022, I don't think there was a 4 consecutive day green period. I think like we had a lot of big green days, but like every day was followed by a little red day before more green. This is just green, green, green.
Yep, it is. That's what I was looking for. That's the pattern that I've been looking at,
For
and
sure.
I've been thinking about for the past 4 days. This is gonna be what, 4th or 5th day now, right? It's where it's green. I can look at the chart, but you know, this pattern shows you that this is actually a really good trend. It's an upward trend.
It's the best trend I've seen in any stock since AMC June 2021.
Oh yeah, yeah, same here, man. Yeah.
There we go, about to break 62 right now.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. The thing is that I'm saying shares is done. There's no dilution. This is majority owned by retail, which is a good thing, through institutional owners. Institutional owners are probably going to want to jump in soon too.
100%.
Buy and not short, which is good. Yeah, I mean, today is the start of the confirmation day. So if we hit $1 by the end of the day, after even during hours or even post hours, then you know that's confirmation for the folks to jump in and start buying.
Yeah, and you know that like if we go up 100% today, you know tomorrow's going to be wild.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be even more nuts, man. Yeah, this was the part where it gave me confirmation. I'm an investor in this, so I bought even more today.
Awesome.
Yep. So it just adds more into the fire, right? If you buy and hold on to it, right? I mean, I've been looking into options, but I'm not very experienced with options. I've been looking at your stuff on options too. So I might look into options tonight and read more about it, and then maybe get some more options tomorrow.
Well, I could give you just a brief rundown, everything you need to know. So, like you.
I can go back and look at your videos. Right?
Well, I mean, just let me tell you this way real quick. So.
Okay.
Like the idea, the only thing you need to look about an option is determine how high you think the price is going to go and how soon you think it'll happen. Like, what's the latest time you think it can happen? Then what you do is you go and you find that date. And then you go on that option chain, and here's how you do your math. So, basically, whatever strike you pick, you compare that to the price you think it's going to. So, if you pick a $2 strike and you said you think it's going to squeeze to $20, then you know that you can subtract that $2 from that $20, and you'll have $18 in the money, right?
Okay.
If you go look at that $2 strike, that's $18 in the money. If you're only paying, let's just say it's 10 cents a contract, well, then your 10 cents is worth $18 a piece now. So that 10 cents is now, what is that? 18 times your, that's 180 times, it's 180 times your money.
Yep. Okay, yeah, yeah, that's pretty good.
I mean, for anyone that's like just learning it, like that's all they need to think about.
Yeah, nope, I'll watch your videos. I'm going to go back and watch those too, and what you just told me, I just typed it up real quick. So,
yeah,
the strike price, I know what strike prices and stuff like that, yeah. So, no,
just make sure you're buying the call, not selling the call, brother, because if you sell the call, you'll lose everything and then some.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not selling shit.
For sure.
Heck no. At this point, no way. Look at the, do you see the chart? Oh, I mean, obviously you're looking at, I see a YouTube video. But look at the chart. Look at the chart of this stock. Look how healthy it is right now.
So healthy.
Like this is a healthy uptrend, and it's even a healthy downtrend too.
Oh
so
yeah.
This is actually really good. This is healthy. So yeah, just give it today, give it tomorrow. If not, for sure next week a lot of things will go down. And I'll tell you one thing: David is sitting on some news right now for sure. Okay. But he's not gonna give it away right now. He's gonna wait for the right time, and then he's gonna give it away.
Well, that's the thing. If we start squeezing before the news, and then the news starts dropping when the 10 million people come to look, like like everyone's worried about like not breaking 100, but like, man, like 100's just guaranteed already in my mind.
Listen, the fair valuation for this company in my eyes is at least 50 to 100. Okay, with the amount of contracts and stuff they have in the commercial area. Commercial's big, man. And I'm actually glad that David moved from focusing on the consumer side with the MULN 5 to the commercial side, because the commercial side is where the bread and butter is at, you know?
Somebody just said you sound like Elon Musk with the voice filter.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm not Elon Musk. Fuck Elon Musk. His car's engineerable anyways. offense to people that drive Teslas, but
Are you looking at my YouTube right now? So we just broke 62, but did you see the 5-day chart that I got? Or it's on the 10-day chart, but it's really only showing 5 days. But look how bullish that chart looks.
yeah, I looked at.
That's so fucking strong right there.
Let me let me look at the 5-day chart. Look how it's like a steep stair step all the way up.
That's beautiful.
Pull back down. That's really. I'm telling you, this is a good stock to stay in. I feel bad for people that are gonna sell and just leave, but people that have patience, they're gonna get somewhere. So. But yeah, I just wanted to join your channel, man. Nobody really joins. I'm surprised you only had 50 people watching. There should be way more than that. I've been spamming this to people to come watch, but I think they're just being shadow banned, which is a problem. So.
Well, there's that part of it, but what's also weird is that, like, on Twitter, I'd do a space call, and whether it was by myself or with anybody else, like, within 24 hours, I'd get 1,000 playbacks every time. So...
yeah, you're just being shadow banned because you're spreading the truth. So.
Well, it also seems like a silent majority kind of thing, where, like, a lot of people probably agree with a lot of things I say, but they're not ready to show their support yet, and they want to wait until they got the power and the high ground, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, who cares, man? It's fine.
Well, I mean, my biggest thing is when the 10 million people show up, as long as 1 million find my channel, when the 10 million people show up, as long as enough MULN people are out there, like, talking about some things I said or did or whatever, and 1 million people find my channel, like, I'm going to put MULN at $3,000 a share by myself. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop me, bro.
There's nothing stopping me from that either. I'm gonna be looking at the charts. I'm gonna be buying. I have shares. I'm gonna be buying calls soon, and I'm gonna be playing it, and then I'm gonna be buying back in and selling it out, and doing whatever to make this thing go up. So that's what I'm gonna be doing.
It's exciting. It's so exciting that we're here for another retail opportunity. Like, we've been waiting for an opportunity for retail again for so long, it feels like.
Exactly. Did you remember Top Right, TUP, the Chinese stock? I was like, how the heck did that shit squeeze to 100 bucks?
Yeah, I mean, the HKD stuff, all of it was garbage, man.
Dude, that's all garbage stuff, dude. Those companies don't have value, man. I don't know how that even is.
They're still not even a real company. They had one of the greatest stock squeezes of all history, and they're not even a legitimate company yet.
Exactly. I looked at the company history and records in both of them. I was like, what the fuck? This company squeezed? Do they deserve a squeeze? No. Does MULN deserve a squeeze? Yeah. MULN deserves a squeeze.
It deserves it. That's a key word.
Yeah. It is. It deserves it. It's long gone, man. It hasn't gone through anything. It's just been manipulated, flooded. David's doing this. David's doing that. I think David's doing the right thing, man. He knows what he's doing. He's just quiet about it right now. Well, his quietness has opened up a little bit, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, the worst case scenario is we just got to let this lawsuit settle. Like, we're getting 50, I mean, even $100 billion from the lawsuit, right? And if we get $100 billion from the lawsuit, like, at the stock price alone, if half of that goes to MULN, the $50 billion market evaluation puts MULN at a $200 stock price. So just the lawsuit alone values MULN at $200 a share. Like, this shit's wild.
So here's the thing. People are fighting about that, too. Like, do people not read the actual lawsuit letter, like the lawsuit statements and everything that's in the lawsuit?
Yeah, that complaint is fucking...
They have evidence to prove. Like, they have hard evidence on paper. They have data to prove that these brokerages were manipulating and they were stealing from shareholders as well. Like,
and they've already connected FNS to Fidelity, and Fidelity is one of the top 10 richest companies in the whole planet.
Oh yeah, Fidelity's trash, man. It's the thing is, it's hard.
But they got a big checkbook to write us a big old fat check. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm waiting on, man. They're not gonna. I don't think they're gonna take it any further. But even if David does take it to like Discovery, these brokerages, they're not gonna want to go to Discovery now. They will not want to go that way because that will ruin them. That will burn them down for sure.
Right, and if they really want to get away from Discovery, it would take at least $100 billion up front. If they want to just drop this and settle in the next 30 days, it would take at least $100 billion for David to walk. I guarantee it.
Yep. So.
And we still get our stock squeeze on top of that. Like, we get the $50 billion, we get the stock squeeze, and then MULN gets the $50 billion, and then we get to go live life, you know.
Yep, and then MULN and David get to start production on their MULN 5 even earlier, which is even better. Yeah,
Hey
yeah, man.
guys.
I mean, hey, how you doing?
Good. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. We're doing alright.
Didn't mean to
Yeah,
cut
we're
you
just.
guys off. I just wanted to come and say hey.
Oh, you're good, man. Saw you come in. Sorry, I talk a lot. Mark said I talk a lot.
You guys good. I love the input.
Yeah, the input's good, man. I just been like I said, I've been looking at the chart for quite some time, and these past four, maybe the fifth day now. Yeah, it's gonna be the fifth day today, so it's been green, which is good. And today's volume was massive, and it's still massive.
Yeah,
It's only
I don't think I've ever seen MULN have a consecutive 3. I think it's the 3rd day. I think it's today's the 4th day.
It's the fifth day today. Hang on.
No, today's the 4th day of green.
It's the 4th day.
And we just broke 90 million in volume, and we still have over half the market left. So we have 10 minutes until we're halfway point of the market time, and we're at 90 million shares so far, and there's only 300 million maximum shares in the whole float. So like, it just tells you that they're still manipulating it, but they're manipulating with a small amount of shares, and the reason we're moving up is because they're trying to get people to buy less. And unfortunately, they're running into this problem where the higher it moves up for more days in a row, the more buyers come in, no matter how high the price is. And so they're running themselves into this corner where eventually it just booms.
Yeah, and the other thing is they're also increasing shares, corporate shares, so which is fine. What's going to happen is they're going to start to hedge, which is going to cause a squeeze either way. So they're going to be hedging, which is fine. Let them hedge. That's only good for us. So let them do it. The thing is that honestly, with the amount of stuff that this company has going on, it's really good. The forecast is really good. A lot of people don't look at this company objectively; they look at it subjectively because they listen to people out there that are spreading FUD. You got to look at the company as a whole objectively from the data that they have. Okay, they put out news. Okay, you got to read that. You have to understand how the market works, and you also have to take into account what these brokers are doing overall either way. Okay, they're manipulating the stock. Now, I feel like that the fair valuation for this company it's honestly $50 to $100 with what they have going on right now. Okay, in the commercial side, because they're MULN 1, the class 1s and class 3s, the class 1s and class 3s, the way that they're priced, they're very attractively priced. Okay, they get rebates from the federal government as well. They're applicable for that. Tell me any company out there that will be able to sell vehicles at the price that MULN is able to sell for the class 1s and the class 3s. Nobody. You won't find anybody, and it's attractive pricing. They have basically found a niche, and they have found a way to go ahead and market this, and they have I bet you any money, they have a lot of other contractors or even vendors out there that want their vehicles, but they're not sharing it.
Oh yeah, I think we're gonna have MULN 5s on the road by early 2024, if not earlier.
Yeah, because did you see the red one on Twitter?
Oh man, the red and the white one, I just want them already. Like, I want them in my garage already.
I looked at the red one and I was like, this thing's like semi-complete. So what David is doing is he's slowly exposing the readiness of the MULN 5.
Yup.
Probably. A lot of people don't see these things.
I would love to have a Galaxy MULN 5, Galaxy wrap.
I'm pretty sure that they will have other color options too. Right now, what do they have? They have silver, they have red, they have white, they also have a black one too, I think it was, I can't remember. But they have a few variety of colors, but even then, I want to talk about the red one. The red one is like semi-complete. Granted, it's not production ready, but it's a lot more complete than the other ones that they had. So I think David is trying to slowly expose the readiness of the MULN 5. I wouldn't be surprised if we're ready by next year to sell these vehicles. It's just that David has been mouth shut by somebody for the reason of not collapsing the company, which is fine, and a lot of people don't realize that. But I do. I actually realize that. I realize that CEOs have to keep their mouths shut sometimes to protect their company, which is fine. And then you got all these other folks that are ranting out there, investors ranting out there, David, why do you not talk? Why do you not spit anything? What is wrong with you? We're CEO. Like, no. Like, you don't know how to be a CEO. Don't say anything about a CEO, okay? You gotta remember that there's other competitors out there that want to shut this company down because they don't want competition. They want to be the only ones out there, like Tesla, for example. No offense to people that have Teslas, but Teslas suck, man. Like, my friend owns a Tesla, and the quality is so bad on that car, man. And I compare it to the MULN 5, the MULN 5 has way better quality, even by looking at it.
I've heard in other countries, depending on the weather, there's corrosion going on within the materials that they make for the Tesla. I don't know how true that is, but I've seen it.
So one of my colleagues owns a Tesla Blade, and that's like the most expensive model. It hasn't. I don't see a corrosion on it yet. He hasn't complained about corrosion, but he's complained about body lining not lining up properly. There's like spacing issues between the body lines. The doors aren't shut properly. Like, why would you buy a vehicle that's like 80 grand whose doors aren't shut properly?
The answer was it was the only EV. It was the only option.
Yeah, exactly. Now we got more competition, which is fine. Competition's good. People don't understand that competition widens the market for people.
Oh yeah.
And it gives opportunity as well. And even financially, in the market, it gives opportunity. But, if you're the only one out there, then obviously people are going to come and only buy that, right? And then the company becomes richer and richer. But lately, if you guys realize, Elon Musk has been reducing his vehicle pricing because he's obviously scared. He knows. Also, in desperation, he went ahead and allowed GM and Ford and these big breeds to be able to utilize their charging infrastructure. So now Tesla probably gets paid royalties for that, which is fine because Elon Musk is now desperate for money. It's going that route. I wouldn't be surprised if Tesla becomes bankrupt in the next 5 or 10 years and doesn't sell any vehicles because their quality is so poor crap. And compared to MULN 5, MULN takes over.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard for any EV company to compete with MULN when we can produce the car for the cheapest price because we got our plants at the cheapest price. And when our batteries do the best, it's going to be hard for them for anyone to want to buy a car. Like, it's like, if you go look and see which car got the most miles to the gallon, go look and see how many cars sold of that car. When you go find out which car has the most miles per battery, go watch that be the number one sold car. And it's MULN, motherfuckers.
It is. Let me tell you something about MULN, okay? The reason why David is not saying anything about their battery technology, they do have battery technology. Okay? The reason why he's not opening up to that 100% right now is because of other companies screwing him over and ruining his company, okay? He wants to keep his mouth shut, okay? Just like a good CEO should, okay? Find out who these people are that are ruining his company on the market, screw them over, get what they stole from MULN, and then go ahead and get out with everything that he has to say.
100%. The story matters, and David just built one of the most beautiful stories ever seen. Like, obviously it was with retail's help, but like, it's so good that we waited for this moment rather than getting our squeeze last year. It's so much better this way.
Yep, it is. This is the best ever. Like, patience is key right now. The battery technology does exist, okay? 100%, okay? And I'm glad that David went out of his route and got very, very cheap assets that are worth maybe even 15, 20 times more than what he got it for.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, which is good. So you know that he's on the right route. And they are not going bankrupt at all anytime soon, period. They have a lot of cash up here.
They got cash, they got friends, they got sales, they got manufacturing, they got everything it takes to be a real business.
Oh, yeah, there you go. And a lot of people are, negativity, man. I stay away from negativity. I look at the company myself. Word of advice to anybody who's watching this right now and listening to me. If I've been on the market for several years, I've seen Tesla squeeze and it was being flooded to hell. This company is the same situation. If you want to invest in a company, you look at the company objectively and don't look at what other people have to say. Do your own due diligence, and trust me, MULN is the way to go right now. If you missed out on GME and AMC, MULN's the next one.
Yep.
So, just like
guaranteed. It's 100% fact.
Yep, it's the next one. Yep, David is sitting on something and we're waiting on that, and this thing is, we don't have to wait on that at all at this point.
Yeah, I mean, just let the court process go, and like you're guaranteed success at the end of the day. So.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, everything else is a cherry on top, and so like the court's already in process. As soon as they answer, like it already sounds like the appeal, like there is no appeal. It sounds like they requested to file an answer, like they know the lawsuit's moving forward. It didn't sound like they said
Yep.
we're requesting to appeal. So
Nope.
like that's already been defined as like October 19th, and all the defendants are going to be writing a joint statement, and
Mhm.
yeah, like it's going to be their defense. It's not going to be them saying it's not real.
Oh yeah, they can't say that. They have
Exactly.
data. They can't say that.
And
They
the only other
can't say,
possible
"Oh,
situation is before October 19th, I think the date was, is that they offer such a large amount of money that David says, okay, this will take care of my people. And
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
the only other resolution that we could see, and that would mean that it happens before October 19th.
Oh yeah, yeah. So before October 9th, yeah, October 19th is the date they'd look for, even before that actually. So yeah, I did see that thing on Pacer, the latest filing on today and yesterday. There's I think a representation notice yesterday, and then today's what, the 14th? Oh no, the day before yesterday was another one, representation for TD Ameritrade, I think it was. Can't remember.
Yep.
Yeah, and then there was another one right after that they were gonna file something on the 19th jointly or something.
Yep. Well, they said, so what they said was that they didn't want to answer the complaint by themselves because there's so many defendants in this, that they wanted to extend the timeline that they have to file the complaint or file their answer,
Right.
but that they wanted to get connected with all the other defendants and write a single answer. And so
Yeah,
now
they wanna write
everyone
a
that we're
answer.
suing is coming together and saying, okay, here's our defense as a single entity. And they've all just lumped themselves together as the 10 richest people in the world, of us versus them. The people versus the richest people on earth. It's crazy what's happening.
Yeah, that is actually crazy. I've not seen a lawsuit case like this in Tennessee before either. So, you know, the thing is that these brokerages, no matter what they answer, they can't run away from the fact. So, they really can't.
Yeah.
And the fact is that they were manipulating. Okay, there were imbalances in the shares. Okay, they have been naked shorting and stealing shares. Okay, we have the data to prove it. We have it there in writing.
Yep.
We have it there scientifically. You can't run away from this no matter
Right,
what
and
you
it's not
say.
lawyers saying that they looked at data and they feel this way. It's lawyers saying that they hired experts to analyze what's going on and tell them what's happening, and the experts told them that 100% these are fictitious shares.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's no running away from this, man, no matter what they answer. I don't even care about
it's
the
great.
answer they give.
It's fucking great.
Yeah, I just want them to admit in that answer, yeah, okay, we did do this. Okay, and
But
yes,
it's not, yeah, exactly. And I want them to try to make it sound like it's not as bad, but that, like, they are guilty of something, and the second they admit that they're guilty of something, then the jury decides how bad, not them, you know?
And they're not gonna be able to run away from this, man. I'm already telling you right now, we all know this. No matter what the answer is to protect themselves, they're not gonna be running away from this, period. They can't.
Yeah, if they had any evidence to prove that what we were saying was false, they would have filed an appeal with that evidence.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I looked for, too. I was like, oh, they didn't file an appeal either.
Exactly.
Yeah, so I think, I mean, Marcus, you've been spreading the word, so I've been watching this, and I watch Twitter too, and a lot of people are taking over your mindset, and I'm like, you know what, the person that really started it was you, dude. So I hate when people come in taking credit for other people's work.
For sure, but there's not enough people to fight for right now where it matters. Like, you can get 500 people in your space call if it's a popular one, but, like, I'm not here for 500 people, you know? Like, I'm here to talk to 1 million people at least. And so, for me, it's about what happens after the squeeze. Like, I'm fine with everyone else getting a lot of followers, too. If I don't get what's mine, I'm going to be very upset.
You'll be fine, man.
I'll give you credit to you, Marcus, especially for your opinions.
I appreciate you guys.
Yeah, I think that, you know, people watching your channel, they should realize the truth, you know. They shouldn't look at Mr. Fat Daddy's asshole and, you know, Fairy Tale's asshole, or, you know, even Mr. What's his name? That guy from that one show. His asshole either. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, they're all garbage. Like, I mean, Like a couple of them are fine. A couple of them definitely helped us, and like or long-term bulls. But the ones that were playing both sides and acting like we weren't being market manipulated and acted like David might be lying and might be the worst CEO ever, like the ones that always play both sides, trying to get people to sell it sometimes and buy it other times, like those are the ones that bothered me.
Yeah. No, I feel you.
Like when you
Either
see
way,
this stuff happening to your company that you're investing in, and you're trying to support the CEO, and you see that it's beyond the CEO's control to do something about it, and you are not just 100% on his side and always trying to defend him and trying to act like he still might be guilty at this point, like you're dead to me, bro. Like you're dead to me. David's put his life on the line already, and if you can't see that, fuck.
Yeah, if you haven't realized, you gotta look at a person physical too. Like, if you look at David, he's tired, man. You can tell by looking at him just recently. So, you know, if you haven't watched that video with him and the lawyer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm tired too. I'm just as tired as he is. Like, this shit's fucking, this taking everything from me.
I don't blame you, man. You know, it'll squeeze, man. It's guaranteed at this point. So,
vindication is coming.
Yeah, it's squeezing right now, man.
Exactly.
It's been squeezing even harder.
It's been squeezing since Monday, and it's not gonna stop.
Oh yeah, it has. Yeah, it's not gonna stop.
We fucking got him.
I'm gonna take off here.
I appreciate you stopping by, bro. I really do. That was fun.
You too, man. See ya.
That was fun. That's good people right there. Only good things to say. That's how we like it. We don't need to hear no bear arguments. We don't need to hear about how Marcus needs to apologize for being too bullish and causing people to lose money and buying at the worst times or buying options that expire. Because honestly, if you look at the main times I've ever like taken breaks and then come back, it was always the best time to buy. It always went up 100 to 200% after I made my little comeback. I wasn't telling people to sell at that time. I was telling people to buy more, and so you could be mad at me about that. But like, I always gave people an opportunity. It looks like we just got something here that says September 13th. MULN Automotive Inc. et al. V. TD Ameritrade Inc. Dear Judge Torres, we represent Defendant National Finance Services, which we know is now Fidelity, in the above captioned action. We write on behalf of all defendants respectfully to request an extension of time to respond to the plaintiff's complaint. The original deadline in September 21st, 2023, and defendants request an extension until October 19th, 2023. I fucking got that date right. Look at that memory kicking in. We are requesting this extension to allow the sufficient time to exchange the first set of letters required by your Honor's individual role, which exchange must be completed before the parties submit. Yeah. Yeah, I guess it didn't exactly say that they're all going to file one answer, but it did ask this for extension for all defendants. And so it would be weird to me, like, I mean, unless some of them are innocent and some of them are guilty, like, it'd be weird to see multiple answers, in my opinion. Because, like, by the time we get to all the John Does, we're going to realize that it's all just one group. It's all just one big party. And they all just been stealing our money and doing boats and hoes while we suffer, while we deal with the inflation, while we try to put food on the table. Oh man, that's a beautiful chart though. Something's gotta be coming at the end of this day. And all fucking tomorrow. We having a good time, people? We all enjoying the day? We all enjoying the domination? Destruction, domination, death. Oh, man.
100%.
What was that, T?
Oh yeah, definitely doing it.
Oh, yeah. Today's been good. The last 3 days have been a lot easier than anything else we've been used to. Like, it hasn't exactly been enough to make us super excited, but it's been pretty easy to be like green, 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 and just see it every day, just reach a new high, close at a new high. Every day at least 10% green was the high of the intraday, and then today, like even now when we're fighting our resistance at 59 cents is higher than the high we hit yesterday or any day before that. So, like, just everything that you look at, it just, my goodness, couldn't look prettier. The only thing we want to see is another 100 million shares traded before market close. And if we get that, this shit's going to fly. We're still not even at the halfway point of the market day, and we're at 95 million right now. But it does look like the volume has slowed down in the last 30 minutes. So we definitely need it to pick back up. And it looked like it gonna. Somebody said, hey Marcus, when my shares on call are in the money, do I need to exercise or just sell my calls? Okay, so understanding your call options. What you need to understand is that you're only, like, after they cover their shorts, so like when we have the giant squeeze and we go to 100 and then we start trading between $100 and $80 for a week, like we could still just go run to 1,000 the next week. But what probably happened in that time frame was that shorts covered at $100. Like that's finally the time where retail was willing to sell enough of the shares that shorts were able to cover. And so once they cover all their shares, there is no taking money from the market makers, no matter how high MULN moves up, unless you are owning options, call options. I mean, if you do buy puts when after it's gone to 1,000 because you think it's going to drop to 500, like you'd take money from the market makers there as well. But the whole point is options are the only way you can guarantee that not only are you making the most profits, but you are taking money from the hedgies. And so if it ever gets to a point where you want to just have shares and you feel like you've taken enough from the hedgies and you don't think there's like a huge squeeze coming beyond where you already got to, and you just want to exercise and have shares now, that's okay. And if you put all your money in call options and you don't have the money to exercise the shares, you won't have to sell more than 10% of your options in order to exercise the rest of the 90% of the shares, or the 90% of the options into shares. And so, like, definitely don't be worried about having the money to exercise, because you can always just trim a couple of them to get that money to exercise. But then also, like, because options make you the most money, you should want to be 100% in options. You should want to take your profits that you need to pay for your house or your car or whatever that you got planned, that you already know you're going to spend. Like, you want to take that from the options, but then exercise the rest of whatever it is you want to keep. And that will ensure you end up with the most possible shares you could have had. Now, if you're going to do all this at a certain dollar amount, the best thing you could probably do is wherever you decide to do this exercising and cashing out and holding the remaining of your options till, like, you should just take like 10% of whatever you're leaving in call options long and put that 10% in puts, like 50% out of the money, and maybe 2 months to expire. And if it hits that, then the money that you're going to make on the downside of the puts, you could throw into the 50% you just lost on your call options and you would have a larger position than had you just had everything in call options and had it never dipped. And so now when it goes back to that price where you originally sold, and then we break that price, not only do you have a larger position in your call options than you had before, but you also cashed out money to buy shit you wanted. You also exercised some shares because you never want to sell these no matter how long you live. And you want to, like, and give these to your kids when you die one day type thing. Like, you should be really creating a plan where, like, 10% going here, 10% going here, 10% going here, and it's all kind of the same thing, but, like, all of it's long, like 50%'s long all the time, and then sometimes it's 100% long, and it all depends on how the stock price moves, you know? But all the way in the beginning, like, you should just be holding until you see it start to really dip, the first dip, because it's going to rip after that first like, looks like it's down 20%, it's going to rip again. And so, like, after that first dip and then the rip, like, that's when you should, like, if you're really scared and you need this money and you need to cash out, that's when you should start considering cashing out. You've got to see some kind of dip where they're trying to convince people to sell before they rip it, and then they're really trying to convince the people to sell that were thinking about selling at the negative 20% but didn't. But your first goal should always be just see how high it can go. Hold as long as you can, because this is not a company that comes back down to its bottoms. This is a company where, like, no matter where it comes down to, it's going to be way, way, way fucking higher than where we're starting right now. We got 86 people here in the live stream. That's the most people I've had in the live stream since AMC days. I think, like, when everyone was just chill and I was just doing my thing, the most I ever got to was like 250. And then when there was, like, one time Matt Kors, like, found my channel and heard about me and decided to, like, tell his 30,000 viewers to come and attack my channel and write a bunch of garbage in my chat and call the number that I had that people could call in and say something, and just, like, start like trying to, like, accuse me of being gay or this or that. It didn't really matter. And I just destroyed him, and everyone loved it, and everyone was laughing, and they're like, wow, this dude's funny. Like, and, like, the people that he sent to my chat ended up liking what they heard, because, like, you can't get me down, people. Like, there ain't nothing you can say that's gonna make me question what I think about myself. I've already done too much to know what I am, who I am, what I'm capable of, and what I'm willing to let hurt me or distract me or whatever. And so you'll see me, like, dive into the pig pen and have fun with these motherfuckers. But you won't ever see it change the outcome of what I got going on. Like, my outcomes is always the main objective, and I always get there eventually. And MULN is the objective. The MULN squeeze, bouncing at 1776 right now, at 58 cents. 4 cents higher than we were ever yesterday. Even though we didn't close strong yesterday, we hit 54 and an eighth of a penny. That was our all-time high yesterday, and we just smashed that today and really haven't looked back. And right now we're having a little dip, and this could be a nice little dip before rip. I want to see $1. $1 will make you holla. Like, if we get to $1 in the last hour of the trading today, I honestly believe we'd get 1,000 viewers before market close. And just that would be a signal that whatever's going on tomorrow is going to be fucking wild. All we gotta do is hit $1. Alrighty, it looks like we are coming up on the... No, it looks like we just passed the halfway mark. And we're at 97 million. So we're 5 minutes into the halfway of the market. And we are at 97.5 million volume. And we are sitting at 58.2 cents for a 17.56% daily gain. And it's just been this huge drop off all out of nowhere. And if we look where we ran up to in the beginning of the day, so at the very beginning of the pump, with very, very little resistance, we ran to here. So this is the line that we would like to see hold. Like, we wouldn't mind seeing it drop down to this point. Actually, we'd probably say this point, because after it ran up to this top, it then built this resistance right here. So this is probably like, if we just saw it dump to here in the matter of like 10 minutes, you should get hella bullish. It's about to launch to $1 by the end of the day. Like, that's the type of volatility we'd like to see. We either want to see it just go and break new highs and then just lose control, or we want to see it crash and then rip. Yeah, 4 days in a row, nice volume, nice. I mean, not 4 days in a row, nice volume, but 4 days in a row, perfect price action in relation to volume. We are not disappointed. Looks like we're about to break 100 million volume here in the next 5 minutes. Looks like the volume's picking up a little bit. Let's see it keep going. Damn, these airplanes that fly over, like, not only do they come over and they're super fucking loud, but like, it's like they hover. It's like they never fucking leave. Like, they're supposed to be fast. Why are they over my head for 30 fucking seconds? That shit drives me crazy. $98.2 million volume shares traded. 98.26. Keep it running. Like, I really don't care if the price action moves down or up, as long as volume's moving up in a today like today. As long as volume pumps when the price moves, I'm a happy camper. Like, these are the two lines that we're thinking about. We're planning to bounce off one of them. $98.56 million. Price action moving. That's what we like to see. A volume still coming. Currently at positive 15%. 99 million shares traded. We're going to hit 100 million shares traded, and we'll have 30 minutes or 3 hours left to trade. 3 hours left to trade at 100 million shares traded. All we got to do is double it one more time. Where you at, whale? Just match what you did the first time and we're off. Somebody posted yesterday that a whale was coming in today. Well, one whale comes in and we go up 20% and they can't really drop it. What does that say to the rest of the whales? Here comes some volume. Here comes some volume. Here comes some price action. Back to 17%. 17.5%. $99.6 million of volume shares traded. 3 more minutes till 3 hours left. Immortality. It's yours. Take it. David Mitry was the Trojan horse in the stock market. Retail investors inside, ready to break this shit apart. All these rich motherfuckers drunk and drinking wine. Fat and happy. Time to give them a reality check. $99.8 million. We got 1 minute left to get to Hundo Mill. Looks like it's about to happen at like the exact same fucking time. Oh wait, my laptop runs fast. I forget about that. That's so weird. I've never, like, in all my days, I never remember my laptop being 2 minutes fast. Crazy, crazy. So yeah, we're gonna break the 100 million, no problem, before 1 p.m. Eastern. $99.9, 99.923, 4. Here it is, 99.98. And it's still only 12:58 Eastern. 99.99. Alright, there's our hundo. Now we just gotta do it one more time in 3 hours. Gonna take some price action to see that. Like, there's no way we can see it and not get price action. If we get another 100 million shares traded, we will go up 100%. Like, the only thing we haven't seen today, if you look at the price action from today, follow my cursor. So we go up, come down a little bit really quick, we go right back up, down a little bit really quick, up, down a little bit really quick, up, down a lot over a decent, like a quick period of time. And then a little bit of up and sideways before coming down and launching up. And then a quick down, a quick up, a quick down, a pretty slow weak up, a pretty quick down, and quite a bit down, the biggest down we've seen. And now we're going sideways, and this little sideways thing is like the most sideways we've seen all day. So again, it should be a big up or down coming any second now. And as long as it comes with volume, I'm happy. Like, we dropped 10% and went back to like our open price today. Like, as long as it traded 20, 30 million shares, I'd be happy to see it over the course of 10 minutes, you know? Like, I want to see that, like, if it comes back down 10%, there's still people with money on the sideline saying, any dip, I'm buying at this point, because we're not going red. The last 4 days have proved we're not going red. So any, like, even now at 15%, since we've already been as high as 30%, seems like the bargain. Like, how are you asking for less than the price that it's at right now? I can't understand. It should not go less than this price. But if it does, and you get in and you try to flex on that, like, we're going to have a problem. Because it just means you a bitch counting pennies. Bro, we got some people from the GME days showing up. People with real YouTube channels that fucking made real money off YouTube and real money off GameStop and fucking has connections and friends that they speak with every day. And these people got money too. We got real people in the chat, motherfuckers. Not no little fanboys. They're just fucking here to suck Matt Core's dick. Or trade trades or any of them. Like, we here to make, like, even if you go to the other MULN channels, like, nobody's there trying to put nobody on an altar like they did in AMC and GME days. Like, everybody's there to talk about MULN, David Mitchery, and making fucking money on the stocks and killing the shorts. Ain't nobody there freaking trying to suck nobody's dick. I feel like those people were paid. Like, they pay fucking $10 a day to people in freaking third world countries to give someone 30,000 viewers to write a bunch of bullshit comments. And it's not real, but it generates the attention of the 10,000 people willing to put up with the bullshit just to try to find information in what is being said. And it's like, bro, I've been here the whole time. We could have been having a real conversation the whole fucking time if people would have just shown up. ready for the real conversation. But instead, you guys all go listen to these people that spread lies. And so I gotta be sitting here being all angry, yelling, and debunking the lies. Looking like a fucking crazy person. Let go MULN. Let go child labor. Child labor force. Like, you go back in the last 2 years, I'm the only one that always said every bullshit thing that we've seen in the market was due to crime and manipulation, and behind the scenes they are rigging the markets, and that retail has won this game over and over again. I've said that over and over again, and everyone says you're crazy, you're stupid, you're just mad you lost your money, like this, that, and the other. And the fucking lawsuit that's already been dropped for 3 fucking weeks proves that I was right about fucking everything. And I got 80 people to hear about it. That's fucking fantastic. I can't wait till all the dirty details comes out, not just about MULN. Like, MULN's already guaranteed that we're getting everything we could ever ask for with the lawsuit. But the domino effect of the MULN exposure is going to be the truth on every stock that's ever been traded. And every time, they're going to go back and look at every stock that would have squoze based off demand and supply and demand principles. And then they're going to go analyze and see how much money retail lost in options that should have won. And how much potential was lost in stockholders' value based off the true value of what the company ended up being before all the games were played. And how much larger it would have gone had that stockholders got their proof of purchase in price action the day that they bought their shares. Meaning that they would have seen their power, they would have recognized it, and they would have held longer for more money because they would have believed in themselves because they saw a group getting together around a stock and they wanted to be part of it. And the confirmation of just the instant and gratifying success of understanding that you chose a real company, something that has potential to do something, and maybe one day it gets overvalued and you forgot to sell, and then it goes out of business because the market fundamentally changes because of new technology or something. Like, there's 1,000 ways to be a bad investor. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. But the way these people are investing, the way that people are telling you to stop loving a stock and learn how to day trade because that's the way real men trade and we make tens of thousands of dollars every single day. Like, what the fuck's wrong with you people? Why aren't you making fortunes with us? It's like, fuck you, motherfucker. This is about what the market is and what it's supposed to be, and this is not about gaming the fake-ass market that they created. This is about perfecting the market that should have always existed. The fuck you talking about? Like, nobody knows how to day trade better than I fucking do. I got it down to a fucking algorithmic science. I can fucking guarantee it. Like, one day they put me on a TV with some fucking little nerd fucking, what do they call themselves, actuaries, and guaranteed in less than an hour this actuary could build the trading bot that guarantees 5% a day. Less than an hour, bro. If he was like the best actuary out there. But like, even a stupid one would take a week. And I got it all at my fingertips. Like, if I even knew a little bit about coding, I could probably do it myself in a month. But I just fucking hate. I hate the idea of spending, whether it's 6 months, a year, or even longer, to perfect something that I know is not going to be a lifelong skill that I'm going to desire to utilize. So the idea of becoming a doctor just so you're guaranteeing your outcome and you can save enough money every year and invest it in the S&P 500, get your 10% and retire being able to spend $500,000 a year and like all that good stuff. Like, I get it. I get what your American dream is, but you don't understand. My American dream has been to be a billionaire since I was in high school. And I was offended when the high school did the vote and I wasn't voted most likely to succeed. I was offended when people would be in math classes and act like I wasn't the smartest kid in the math class every time because I was the only one sleeping through the class and getting the best test on the math score on the math test and also turning the math test in first out of everybody in the class 100% of the time. So not only was I the best at getting the right answer, but I did it faster than anyone else could even get the wrong answer. Like, I was so marketably better than everybody in every single math class I ever fucking entered into. It wasn't even funny. Like, the smart kids fucking hated it. Because I was still a fucking street rat back then. I slept through class. I fucking didn't do my homework. I fucking would try to, like, skip out on anything I could possibly skip out on just to fucking put my head down on the desk. And they all trying their hardest. They all trying their hardest. Oh, to be valedictorian was their goal. Like, I was, like, my brother went to college and he'd already started his granite business and was successful out of college and quit the 6 months before graduating. And he had a 4.0 GPA the whole way through. And he said, there's no chance that degree is going to make me more money than what I'm doing in my businesses. And so I'm over it. I'm just going to do something by myself. And he says, if you ever want to start a business with me. I'll show you how to do it. It's easy. Money is easy in this world. Like, go start a business. Fuck college. Is what my brother, who stole my life insurance idea, made $100 million in the last 5 years. And dude, literally, when I was 16 years old, convinced me college is not an option. I need to go figure out which business I'm going to start. And then I find the fucking life insurance formula that proves a better retirement plan than anyone on the market by at least double. And he fucking takes it and runs with it and makes all the money in the world and acts like I'm not his brother anymore. It's pretty great. Like, you don't understand. I've been writing a fucking story the last 10 years. And then I come and I look and I see that David's been writing his own story. And I just see how I can combine the stories. And yeah, for 2 years, there's been no doubt in my mind that this was going to turn into something someday. And now we're just looking at the price action, looking at the volume, looking at everything. And there's just no doubt in our mind that it's fucking now. It's fucking happening. It's upon us, people. Oh, man. The time is now. If we're being honest, I don't think the real pump, like, this is looking a lot like that GME day where it did the end of day squeeze. This has got to be real close to that, where we've hit 30% as a high, down 15% from there. I mean, maybe even 16, 17% from there was the low that we hit. And on high volume. And so the idea is that here in the last, man, I can't remember exactly what it was, but I want to say it was the last hour, maybe even the last 40 minutes. Like, we broke see, what I remember GameStop doing was like 8% in the day and then going up to 15% early, kind of like we went to 30%, and then coming back down and having this moment where in the last, I want to say 40 minutes, it started going from 15% to 8% in the matter of 5 seconds, and then back to the other way in 5 seconds, and then back to the other way, and then all of a sudden it runs to 40%, and then it runs back down to 20%, like the high that it was at when it was doing its bouncing before, and it goes 20%, 40%, 20%, and then boom, it explodes all the way to 100% gains until they halt it 5 minutes before the market closes, and yeah, if we look at MULN, then what that would look like for us is we want to see at least we go back to 30% gains, and then we don't mind if it crashes again, and we want to see this all before the last 40 minutes, and then in the last 40 minutes we want to see it just go wild, and then in 5 minutes of it going wild or less we want to see it run, and then I don't mind a halt today. Like if they halt at the end of the day and we're up above $1, and then tomorrow just they let it go and see what happens, like that's a very interesting type of squeeze I'm ready for. When retail owns the entire float and it is literally going to go as high as we're willing to hold past, plus we get the FOMO to add to the potential sellers that are going to take profits, like the potential just seems so unlimited in a single day. And so I'm praying everything that tomorrow is that day, and I'm praying that we get the vindication of tomorrow being that day by seeing $1 today. Like even if we don't see $1 today, I'm still going to be praying for this, just because today's been enough volatility that like tomorrow could do anything. But I really want to see $1 today. Like that would just make going into tomorrow just the sweetest. Right, and so that's the thing. There's a lot of people saying a lot of stocks are going to squeeze over the last 2 years. If you go back and you check my record, like the one thing that you're going to find, regardless of how many things I was wrong about, you are going to find that I was right about the stock. I was right about the future potential of the stock. I was wrong about the timeline. I was wrong about what they'd be willing to do to beat us. But I was right about where the best value was. And that's what we're about to have proven here. And so the next time, like I proved it with GameStop really the second time this was in February. Then I proved it with AMC. And now I'm proving it with MULN. And this really does feel like third time going to be the charm. Like it feels like there's a small enough number of people that are making this happen that the message that does go out gets to everybody within a pretty quick period of time. And that, like, as long as we all stay united in somewhat of a similar mindset that we love MULN and we want to always hold some portion of our position in MULN, no matter how high it goes, just to show our support, although we do want to cash out lots of money and buy things we've never had, like we also want to show our everlasting support for MULN. And we want to buy a MULN car, and we want to help the company grow. Like, all of that has to be real, and we have to be united in that perspective. If Elon pumps this, you know he's invested in MULN. The guy knows he can make billions on a squeeze. I mean, here's the thing. I'll take anybody's support who's willing to, like, man up and start speaking truth to power. I don't care what they've done in their past. If they're willing to truly speak truth to power, I will take their support. But if I'm not involved in that truth to power, like if Elon starts speaking about everything MULN and somehow never mentions me or retail investors and like the feelings that I've motivated into retail investors about the lawsuit and different things like that, like he's got to go so deep into it to earn my respect. It can't just be tweet MULN. Like if he tweet MULN and then if he tweets MULN right now and then we squeeze an hour later, like, you're going to say, thank you, Elon, and I'm going to hate you for saying thank you, Elon. Because the squeeze was already coming, and he was just trying to fucking gain some fucking publicity out of it, if he was willing to do that. But if he's willing to come out and say everything that's true and like be that person that gets 1 billion views, just destroying the stock market and all the integrity behind it, like let Elon fucking cook then. Let the boy cook. But if he ain't willing to go that hard, then the boy needs to shut the fuck up and let someone that is. And point to someone that is willing to. Deep fucking value is right. As deep as it gets. The depths of hell. They dragged us to the very bottom because we are the very top. Vindication is coming. They knew who I was in 2021, they just didn't like me. But a lot of people knew me back in 2012. I think when I discovered that life insurance worked, and I threw it in the insurance company's face, and they delisted me, and then my brother got the deal with Mutual, well, I got the deal with Mutual of Omaha, but then I gave it to my brother, basically. Like, I'm the one that called them, and I'm the one that scheduled the meeting, and I'm the one that dropped the pitch for 30 minutes before they said, let us check the math. And they came back 2 weeks later and said, let us buy you dinner, the math checks out. I did all of that, and then I let my brother just take over, and I just walked away from both of them because they're both bitches. But, yeah, I'm pretty sure people have known me for quite some time. Like, if we're talking about the rich, connected people, I'm pretty sure I've been on the radar since the beginning. Like, there's a lot of songs out there talking about how 2012 was supposed to be the end of times, but something happened, a miracle happened, and it changed the plans of the elite, and that they couldn't end the world in 2012 like they planned. And I've never heard any, like, substantial comments behind it, or theories, or anything like that, but the only thing I can think of that makes sense is what I did. I proved that a man without college, without anything, can go find something in this world and do it better than what the smart people are doing. I proved it. And I threw it in their fucking face. And in 2012, everything started, like, I don't know. Feels like they've been watching me since the beginning. Looks like we're about to break 60. Well, let's do it and not stop. Where's that volume? So if we think about it, let's just say there's still 3 hours left in the market, just for easy math. That's 180 minutes. And so if we wanted to see 100 million volume in 3 hours, we need to see basically 1 million volume every 2 minutes. So we know that we were at 100 million volume 20 minutes ago about, and we've only done 5 million. So that means we're only on pace to do 50 million more volume. So right now we're on pace to do 150 million volume by close, unless volume picks up or volume slows down. But just based off the last 30 minutes, it looks like we're headed for 50 million in the last 3 hours. I'd like to see the price go up again and the volume come back. Totally possible. I've seen it before. I have lots of options 1,200 contracts. Well, it's my brother's account. Unfortunately, a lot of them expire tomorrow. But the rest of them expire January 2024, and they are the $5 strike. I think they're going for about 5 cents a contract right now. I only own options. I think there's 5 shares that he owns from the reverse splits. Yeah, I mean, I'm prepared to lose. Like, if that money gets lost tomorrow, like the money that is going to get made in the January options is going to be more than enough to give my brother everything he asked for, plus have a little bit more to play the volatility and get the, like, if it turns into 2 squeezes instead of 1, like, no matter what happens, like, I got enough, it's going to be fine. But yeah, I mean, I'd definitely, like, if I were you, I'd be looking for 1 penny option contracts that expire next week. I really would, but if you don't like that, if that's not even available after this 20% bump, I haven't even looked at the option pricing. Let me just look at the chain real quick and see what my favorite option is. I'll do one that's also, like, I'll make sure it's semi-conservative. But that, if that January one is still going for 5 cents, that's a winner for sure. Like, that's good enough. You don't need anything better. Just throw everything you got into it. And you will be a very happy person. So I wouldn't buy anything on the next week to expire because the cheapest one is 2 cents. And if you're going to go to 2 cents, you might as well go to 3 cents. And then we got October 23 expiration, October 20th, 2023. So I'm already seeing a $4 strike for 2 cents. That's looking like the best one. Like, if I just had $100,000 right now, that's where I'd throw it, guaranteed. But if you have $100,000 and you need something super conservative, let's see what the January 2024 is. Yeah, I mean, the $5 strike's still going for 5 cents a contract. I'd throw, like, you either throw everything in that 5 cents a contract, or you throw everything in the October 20th. October 20th, 2 cent contract at $4 strike. Because, like, when we squeeze, we're squeezing to like anything above $10, and the $5 strike makes more than the $1 strike, like, per contract. And by buying the $5 strikes, you are getting more contracts that are going to be worth more money than the $1 strike. So I was wrong about per contract, not more money. That's not totally true. So the idea is this: if you bought the 50 cent contract, well, let's do the $1 contract because it's easy. It's 10 cents right now. So on the October 20th, 2023 option chain, the $1 strike is 10 cents a contract. It's 9 cents a contract, but we're going to say 10 cents. So we got 10 cents and we got 2 cents. So if I have $1,000 at 10 cents a contract, I can buy 100 contracts. Because it's actually $10 a contract, obviously. Now, at $5 strike for the 2 cents, or $2, I can buy 500 contracts. Well, at $10, that 500 contracts is going to be $5 in the money. So that means each of the 5 contracts is worth $500. So 500 times 500 is 250,000. So that's turning $1,000 into $250,000. Where in the $1 strike, you are turning $1,000, which is 100 contracts, into $9 in the money. So now it's 100 contracts times 900, and you get is that right? Yeah, you get $90,000. So the difference between putting $1,000 at the $1 strike is $90,000, or $1,000 at the $5 strike is $250,000, and that's not counting the 50-cent cost that costs to buy an option. And if you're in Europe, I hear it costs like $2 to buy an option contract. So like your value gets cut in half, like majorly. But ultimately, you're choosing right now. If you believe it could run to $10 tomorrow, and you're buying options because of that, the $1 strike, $1,000 worth, is a $90,000 potential at $10, and the $5 strike at $1,000 investment is going to be $250,000 of value. Every dollar above the $10, the $5 strike contracts are going to be more valuable and growing in value over the value of the $1 contracts. So why the fuck would you buy a $1 contract if you know it's going to 10 or 20 or 100? That's got to make sense. How's MULN doing? Damn it. I don't care. MULN just chilling. We're just chilling, people. My Twitter's all fucked up. Like, I'm banned from Twitter, but some days it lets me, like, click on stuff and read comments. Oh, nice. It's letting me read comments again. So, I'm gonna go run through Twitter and see if there's anything worth talking about. Let's see what Twitter got to offer. As David Mitchery said some more. Here are a few pictures taken on day one at Charlotte Motor Speedway. Enjoy. Very cool. That was 3 hours ago. Time to drop a bomb, David. Search the MULN ticker. See what people be saying about the MULN. Cha-Cha posted a little video about the people, the Bollinger people. I assume this is outside of the event. Yep, that was posted today by Bollinger. Got some people sharing David's tweets. MULN screenshot from the factory drive-by today. Looks like we see some vans with headlights already turned on. What else we got? Huge retail following. MULN Army has the talent, production facilities, battery facility, POs, partnerships, and is the only EV company making class 1 through 5 commercial vehicles. MULN USA, Bollinger Motors, David Mitchery. Rocket, rocket, rocket. And then it's a video of the MULN 5RS. Commercial Green Truck of the Year 2023, the Green Journal. MULN's just on top of it, people. They got every card to play right now. Which card do we play first is the only question. What else we got going on? Somebody said, fuck you, Gary Gensler, this is not this time. Saying this little fake dip ain't nothing. We got him right where we want him. Let's go, MULN labor force. Like, MULN Retail is the employees of MULN. Nobody worked harder for MULN than MULN Retail Investors. Not trying to discredit what David has done. But I think if we try to measure it, there'll be a clear and obvious indicator of who suffered the most and how real that suffering was. Chris LaCourse has just gone full squeeze bull, and I really appreciate that. Let's just go and read through his last 3 days of tweets. So 4 days ago, he pinned a tweet that says, "I'm starting a new shout out, folks. You are a douchebag if I'm at a stage in my life I feel I can help folks wake the F up or just let you know you're a douche. I will start simple and will expand with honest humor. I'm not an expert at much in life, but I am an expert at human interaction, how to be a good person, and calling out a douche. Enjoy." Then he says, "MULN update," and we got a video from him. I've never heard him on video before. I don't think he's ever spoken in a space call I've been part of either, so let's hear what this video got to say.
Hey guys, just wanted to give an update. I have a lot more videos, a lot of photos taken. I just spent the last half hour on the phone with a group of investors. They were very impressed with what I showed them. They're definitely going to become more committed to the company. They like what they've seen. I loved what I seen. And yeah, I'm driving now. I'll check back in with everybody tonight, maybe get on a space call if Sam or Chacho holds one. Love to speak to you guys, answer some questions. But like I said, it went better than I expected. And more importantly, the people that I came out here for was...
Damn, is he a Jersey man?
Very impressed, so that's why I came. Alright, talk to everybody later.
Is that a Jersey accent? Fucking Chris LaCourse, just like he's already said publicly that he works, his job is to find investment opportunities, and he gets a finder's fee when his millionaire investors make profits. And he basically has already said that they've invested, I think it was like $18 million. And he just said that after today, he posted this video an hour ago, and he just said they're super impressed. So this is after the market's already pumped. And he says they're adding to their investment. Let's go. Where are they at? Wow, he's got a lot of videos. Oh, wow. The inside of the MULN is gorgeous. It's a 4-seater, not a 5. I love it. Gorgeous. That silver MULN is gorgeous. If you guys haven't seen these videos, you need to go check them out. I can't do it on my laptop. I don't know. I don't remember all my passwords and whatnot. You are a real douchebag if I'm driving at 10 miles per hour over the speed limit and you draft me with your diesel truck. Note, I'm country, but don't be a douche. Retweeted a post from Christina Florence, who has 3,000 followers, and says $4 to $8 billion market cap incoming hold. So if we're at an $8 billion market cap, that's like $20 a share. Then it says, think about this. MULN is 74% ownership. Retail investors average cost $26 per share. Post 2RS. Squeeze coming. Investors I'm making with are happy to buy on uptick. Majority of retail holding for $50 minimum. Large investors want videos of me in cars. Posted that yesterday. All about slow accumulation, baby steps up. Don't spook the market. Accumulation is methodical, in my opinion. Said that 2 days ago. MULN, long, sit back. This will trade up. Look at FNGR. These buyers know where to invest. Next big money always buys low, sells high. Retweeted David's tweet about buying Romeo battery facility. 3 days ago said MULN investors increasing position as float dries up, accumulate accordingly. 3 days ago says you are a real douchebag if, let me start my first shout out by letting folks know this is an expansion on my advice to my son's tweets. My son Noah encouraged me, understand he was born with a disability and he's actually a genius. At Elon Musk can relate, so if he says maybe you should, then maybe I should. Dad, you should do your own podcast. You could be the next Joe Rogan as we drive around or do things out in public. The common phrase out of my mouth is, look at this thing, douchebag. Dad has a big problem with people that are not kind, honest, and respectful of others. And I have no problem saying bro or dude, really? Understand also, the douchebag is 90% of the time male. Women are just inherently more intelligent and kinder. Clearly, I'm not going to be the next anything, but I will help encourage people to look at themselves. You are a douchebag if you speak about yourself or are leading a conversation you were not asked to lead. Remember, the smartest man in the room is the quietest. I mean, I believe the smartest man in the room is the quietest unless you're God. God is thunderous. Um, 6 days ago says MULN, low volume, very bullish, 310 million naked shorts trapped, in my opinion, will cover what price and when, 50 to 500 possibly, if compared to GME and HKD. So that right there is pretty huge, and he said that the day before. We've only seen green, because obviously that was the Friday, we went into the weekend, and then we've only seen green since, and that, like, he basically called the covering. 6 days ago says shorts notice, I don't block you because I want you to take it back to firms and illegal market makers. J. West Christian is going to take you all down. MULN, oversee investors I deal with want real documentaries on the ground, so I say no problem. I'll be there. I'll show you me in the vehicles. I have meetings with firms, HKD, TOP after my drive. OMG. MULN, I alone have brought in 17 million on the buy in the past 3 weeks. He said this September 7th. I am a nobody, right? These shares are now locked. Imagine if my meetings next week go well and I lock up more of the float. September 7th, he said he added 10K at 44 cents. This is free money, he said. Since then, we're at 60 cents. So free money sounds about right. Says traders, AMC, GameStop, FNGR, MMTLP, NWBO, GTII, watch, MULN, 300 million naked short company, buying float now, HKD top, Tesla, KODK, VW, squeeze in my opinion, only question is when, not if. September 7th, company buyback float, naked short still estimated 300 million shares. Will David Mitri expand buyback emergency board of director meeting? MULN set to rock and roll in Memphis. Tesla, look out. Elon Musk, GME, AMC, HKD. Note, MULN next VFS run, in my opinion. Retweeted from Christina Florence. There will be no D-list notice as they are in progress to massive lawsuit. They will generally settle and pay MULN money to avoid extensive media coverage. September 6th said lowest volume day in months. MULN block paid shorts, block them from space calls, or drop out until they stop diarrhea speaking. MULN sent to run anytime major news break. And this is a quote tweet on the tweet that says, "This is a paid MULN naked short, folks. I've done this 3 decades. Block, unfollow it. Serious, no one would speak this stupid unless paid. Well, think, folks, please." And he's got a picture of Christina Swiftina at New Bobina as the shill that is naked shorting MULN, or being paid to create FUD at least by the naked shorts. September 6th says Charlie CV Payne, you invest in AMC, look into investing MULN CEO David Mitchell, inviting MULN CEO David Mitchery back. It will be your most views ever. Said that on September 6th, and we are now at September 14th. Says MULN CV Payne, J. West Christian says this is the biggest heist in American history. GME AMC was nothing to the crime MULN, and it's to be exposed. CNBC, American Greed TV. What else? September 5th, wow, J. West Christian speaking now. MULN space call. Sam, I am. Stocks picks New York. Shorts are toast. GME, AMC, GTII, at TOP, HKD, FNGR. This is going to 100 plus on squeeze. September 5th, every time we join space calls MULN and someone speaking just literally has diarrhea coming out of their mouths, you have to shut it so you don't throw up. Ugh. MULN 5RS is the fastest production car ever. Boom. MULN market cap 80 million, fair valuation 4 billion. That's 50x undervalued. MULN, let's go. I get to test drive my Tesla Destroyer, as he talks about the event that he just attended today. Let's see. I'm looking for a specific tweet, and I'm hoping we can make it there. Big money will crush shorts. Seeds planted. Said that August 31st. August 31st, he said MULN 3 weeks max. GME, AMC, HKD, TOP, VW squeeze, in my opinion. 3 weeks max from August 31st is September 21st. September 21st was his maximum date, and we are less than a week away from that. How bullish are you, people? How bullish are you? We know I'm the most bullish, but are you pretty bullish? Like, I'm saying $100 tomorrow, $100,000 probably, but that's what the math says. But are you bullish in the sense that you believe $1,000 in 30 days? No later than mid-November? 100,000? Like, the people who don't like squeezes are now talking about squeezes that are above squeezes in anything we've ever seen on any stock that holds an option chain. Like, HKD was one of the biggest squeezes of all time history, and it didn't hold an option chain, so we don't count it. But VW, AMC, GameStop is the world record option chain squeeze I've ever seen, unless you count Tesla as a squeeze. But Tesla was different than a squeeze because it was a fundamental play, like MULN. Nobody's afraid of delisting, bro. Like, you can't be afraid of delisting when we're 4 days positive. Green, 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 green. Delisting was maybe still a worry on Friday last week, but as of today, nobody's afraid of delisting no more. Lawsuit's been dropped. I haven't been worried about delisting since lawsuit was dropped, and I read the complaint. The complaint wasn't a weak complaint. The complaint wasn't hearsay. The complaint was science and evidence of actual crime on the books, and they got to answer for it. Guaranteed no panels delisting us after seeing that, seeing we're manufacturing, seeing we're taking in revenue from real companies Like, it is game over, people. Of course, outside investors are still sitting on the fence. They sit on the fence until we're up. Like, they probably want to see $1 billion market cap before they invest. They probably want to see $4 before they invest. They don't care about investing at $4. They just want to see that evil is not going to win. They still think the evil might win. Where MULN investors that exist today, not only do we know that the evil is lost, but we know that we've already been squeezing since Monday. Like, shit is fire right now, people. This is, like, how easy is this for me to just go live and we just stay green no matter what all the time? Keeping my job easy. And then you give us 110 million volume on top of that, we'll take it. So the way the volume is dropped now, we went from looking like we were going to hit 150 million, or now, like, the volume's so low, it looks like we're only going to hit 130 million. But it could all come back. Like, look how big the volume was this morning for 3 straight hours. And then it just died off. Like, whoever put that money in, watch their money grow. And they're still sitting at a profit since they started buying. So if it goes down, you're giving the big money the chance to average down, while they're proving that they're willing to buy on the way up. If you think that was all their money, you out your mind. They just waiting. They just enjoying the game. There is definitely crickets or hornets in the trees. And I'm definitely live streaming from outside, and sometimes my AC turns on. And, like, that's all just shit you gotta deal with. And if you don't want to deal with it, that's fine. You can leave and go somewhere else and just know where, like, I stand and where you should stand. And then, like, after shit really takes off and there's 1 million people here, like, if there's not 1 million people here, like, that's when you need to come back, and that's when we'll take things a little more serious. But I'm just trying to enjoy my day as much as possible. It's 90 degrees outside, and I still enjoy being outside. Like, I'm sweating a little bit, but it's worth it just because I love being outside. So you got to deal with the crickets, bruh. Bruh. Are we about to break 60? Is volume about to pump? I mean, I definitely hear something that sounds like a mosquito ringtone noise, and I assume it's not a cricket. I assume it's a fucking, like, there's thing, like a locust or something. Something in the trees that leaves its shell. I don't remember if they're hornets or locusts or whatever they are. I used to collect them when I was kids. But yeah, they're loud AF. I can hear it. I'm surprised you can hear it. Like, I'm surprised my microphone works that well. I must have a good microphone. And did you just hear it pick up a notch? It just got louder, for sure. Tripping over my microphone now. So F. Nelly just said, guess who just called me? I have a small portion of shares with a sell limit of 150 just for now to lock them up. Obviously going to move them up. Unfortunately, I'm with Fidelity. They called me 2 minutes after saying they rejected it and wouldn't accept it. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Oh nice, we did break 60. Let's keep it going. Is there volume pumping on it? Volume's definitely moving. Volume's definitely moving. The fun might be beginning. Pump, pump, pump it up. Let us know, Caleb. Pump, pump, pump it up. Keep the volume going. 112 million. Trying to get to 61 cents. We got a bid of 60.5, an ask of 60.58. Volume's still moving. We're at 112.3 million. Slowing down again. I mean, it's just good to see that every little pump of volume just ends up pushing us a little higher. Like when the volume comes in real slow, we go on a real slow, steady decline, but every time volume comes in quick, it just starts jumping a little. Still above 60. We're at 112.5 million. People starting to call for the squeeze next week on MULN. They're already writing it off. I haven't read off the squeeze for this week yet. The way the math should work says that we go all up at once whenever we start running. That the majority of our gains should come in a single fucking day. That's what the math says. Unless you guys are all just comfortable with cashing everything out at $1 million. Every time one of you guys hit $1 million, you cash out. Whether you invested 100,000 or 10,000 or 1,000, if you all cash out at $1 million, like, I guess we're fucked. But I don't think that's what's happening here. And the second it starts running to numbers you didn't think possible, you're just gonna wonder, how high can it really go? So somebody says, what is the math? Well, there's a couple ways to explain the math. The first way we'll talk about it is understanding that the reason MULN is squeezing right now is because retail bought every available share. And now the final things that they have left, like the big money's coming in to finish whatever we started. Like, maybe they're still making fictitious shares, but like big money's coming in and forcing them to create more than they're willing to. That's what it appears to be happening. And ultimately, in the past, when we've seen squeezes, what we learned was that if retail started buying a lot of a stock of a company, that the news and the market makers would start to manipulate the stock. And there become this period of time where the volume starts skyrocketing as the price is crashing and going up and down, super volatile, before an announcement comes that retail owns over 50% of the company, and then all of a sudden the stock starts to run anywhere from 500% to 2,000% in the matter of a week. And so as far as the squeeze is concerned, that math is where MULN's at. MULN has finished the dilution. This is the first time where we've bought all the dilution and they have nothing left. AMC was the best example of a dilution war, where they sold 88% of all their available dilution before squeezing it. And they barely, they had to dilute $1.5 billion during the squeeze in order to stop the squeeze from going higher than the $72 it went to, from $12 all in 6 trading days. And so what you need to understand is the math that gave AMC a $600 squeeze was because there were so many people coming in as MULN was running up, because so many people were talking about MULN was going to run up before it ran up, that as it started running up, a lot of people started buying in, believing it was finally going to squeeze. And so when that happens to MULN, this is going to be the first time we've ever seen the amount of people trying to buy the stock be worth more money in FOMO than the entire market cap of the company, and there is no dilution behind this to stop it from keep running. So whichever day it starts running is the day where the FOMO comes in larger than the entire market cap combined, and when that happens, it's going to send the stock up until you sell. This is the first squeeze where retail gets to choose the price. It will go up until you decide to sell. And that, when I say you, I mean, we got to own less than 50% of the company until they're willing to stop letting this go up. They're looking to create a price action, and again, the math says that they can't even create a price action. The math says that as soon as it runs up and as soon as that FOMO comes in that says, okay, the market cap of MULN at most is 200 million right now if all 300 million shares are already diluted. And if that's the case, then when we're at, let's just say, $2 a share, then our market cap is going to be $600 million. When we're at $2 a share, we're going to show that we're up multiple hundreds of percent. And the $600 million to come to buy that, if nobody sells and that $600 million is just a market order to buy, it will literally run to $100,000 a share if nobody sells. And that $600 million will still be trying to buy at $100,000 a share. And it could all happen in a fucking second. The math says it should happen in a second, unless all of you have just set massive sell limits and we're just going to lose half the company right as we start squeezing. But unless we sell in the first day of the squeeze should be everything, because it should just run the stock market to zero. The money being lost in the short interest and the options should be so much losses, which all get, at the end of the day, the whole stock market is tied to paying the options market. And so like all the people like required to pay on the options market have to sell their stocks in every other company in order to pay pay what we're worth, and it's going to send all of these stocks way down. Like, that's what the math says. Now, if they print money and they inject money and they do all these crazy things, like, anything's possible. And will a lot of stocks run with us so that, like, people are chasing other FOMO and not all the FOMO comes to MULN? Of course. And will we get to such a high number one day, like, maybe in a day where, like, nobody wants the FOMO into it anymore, and, like, they see other stocks squeezing and the FOMO just starts going crazy in other places? That's possible, too. But we're here to set the standard, and we know that we've been through the worst damages imaginable for the last 2 years, as proven by the legal complaint filed 3 weeks ago. And we're here to prove the standard of what we deserve, and nobody deserves more than us. And the only way to get what we deserve is to actually believe in it and understand that we have the power to choose that number. And that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to convince you that, like, we should go, like, I can stop making MULN videos after we hit $1 trillion market cap, which should be around $3,000 to $4,000 a share. Like, I can just walk away from MULN, let you guys be happy with your money. Like, some people will follow me on to my next venture, and other people will just be living the best life, living their best life. Living like everyone told you, money doesn't buy you happiness, but, like, a good soul and money, like, you're going to be one happy motherfucker, I promise. If you're already a good soul, you got nothing to worry about as long as you invested in MULN. So that's the math. The math says we squeeze all in a fucking moment. But, like, it's got to be that moment where we're up so much in a single day that the amount of money coming in just dwarfs the amount of money that could even try to buy the company. And as long as we don't sell, the price just moves up. And so, yeah, it's exciting. Like, it looks like the 100% day is coming tomorrow. And if it turns into a 100% day, then it turns into much more than the 100% day. That's my argument. Like, 100% day is enough to bring in $500 million of FOMO. That is my opinion. There's so many people that have this on their watch list waiting for the confirmation of above $1 right now. Like, I believe above $1, we get the FOMO. Back above 60. At 113.82 million volume. I don't want to think about a dividend until we're already $1 trillion market cap. And we got to wait for our revenue to catch up to our market cap before we should even consider a dividend. But that could take probably 2 or 3 years. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely possible to squeeze this tomorrow, but there's no reason not to assume tomorrow's going to be another big green fucking day. And if we hit anything above $5 by tomorrow and every option chain hits in the money, then no matter what I've said, I was right, everyone else was wrong. You should have been buying options. That's going to be my argument. But even if we don't hit it, like, my new argument is that this is a spiritual war of good versus evil, and that everything I've done was for this fight. And that if you don't think me YOLOing into options and blasting it on Twitter and getting hundreds of thousands of views over all my different fucking tweets of me, like, just anytime someone talks, like, I'm just blasting my options, showing stuff that, like, nobody else in this world does. Nobody ever shows their YOLOing into options all in one stop. Because it's reckless. Unless you're doing, like, leaps and stuff. Like, lots of people do the leaps. But, like, I'll do it on a fucking month and I'll YOLO everything I got. And if you don't think that helps inspire and motivate other people to buy, and you don't think every last drop that we've put into MULN in the last 2 years was necessary to get us to where we are today, Like, whether I'm right or wrong about tomorrow, if you don't think this was the most influential place to be about the MULN, if you don't think I inspired more buyers in MULN than any other human being, you are wrong. You're just plain wrong. We're now at 114.18 million shares traded, almost to 61. We got an ask price of 60.9. Lego. All right, Sync 2013 says if you purchase $103 call options at 3 cents per contract for October 20th, it's a $300 purchase. When share hits $10, what would that be worth? Well, you know that you take the $10 and you minus the $3 strike, and you get $7. So every single contract is now worth $7 instead of 3 cents. So $700 instead of $3. And so that $700 per contract times that by 100, because you have 100 contracts, is going to be $70,000. So if you put in $300 into the October 20th and we squeeze to $10, your $300 will be worth $70,000, give or take. We'll call it $69,000. And if it goes to $100 a share, well, now you're at like $500,000. Probably more than that. It's probably almost $1 million. Yeah, option profit calculator, it works. It doesn't take very long to learn how to use it if you just watch a couple videos. I'm well enough, just the poorest motherfucker on the planet. Let go MULN. MULN labor force. Damn, volume dropped off heavy. Well, we're getting down to power hour. 30 more minutes to power hour. And I'll be looking for the main real volatility to kick in about 20 minutes after power hour starts. Order on motion for extension of time to answer. No, we definitely want to hear what the judge got to say about that, bro. Like, if you get the document upload for that, let me know, because I definitely want to read that. I heard it takes 24 hours, so we'll probably get it tomorrow. $115.11 million shares traded. 37 minutes to power hour. That'd be great, Tyler. Like, the judge could literally say, no deal. I want your answer by September 21st. Like, that document could say anything. Just broke above 60. Bid and ask above the 60. Sitting at 22% positive on the day. Pretty strong, pretty strong. Can't complain. $60.6. Let's break 61. What was our high today? 64.7. Let's break that. 60.9. Volume pumping. Coming back down. Let's see if the volume keeps coming to bring it back up. 60.4. Come on, volume. Where you at? We're at 115.64 million volume. Just holding at 60.5. A little bit of volume coming in as the price drops down to 60. About 100,000 shares traded. And then right back to 60.5 on no volume. Another 100,000 shares traded, just holding at 60.5. All 100,000 shares. 60.9. Climbing up, volume pumping. It looks so sensitive. Feels like we're about to break 61. Maybe a new high coming up pretty quickly. More volume starting to move. Stock price still holding 60.7. 116 million volume. Still holding at 6.5. Or 116.15 million volume. $100,000 shares trades and it drops our bid down to 60, but the ask still remains at 60.6. Holding strong. Alright, we just got 200,000 shares traded in like 10 seconds, and we're back below 60. Little bitch motherfuckers. Still up 20% on the day. Alrighty, let's see what this document got to say. And it says, we represent... Oh no, this is the old one. That's not the judge's answer. Yeah, the guy, somebody posted in a Discord saying he's got the 13th, saying it's the 14th. But they just posted, the judge posted a response, and we haven't got that one yet. Alright guys, I'm just gonna leave the computer running. But I'm gonna go make a snack. I'll probably be gone for like 30 minutes. But we're just in case the stock price takes off, I'm not gonna turn it off or nothing. Nice. Hunter Biden got indicted. Nice. MULN pretending to dip. Still low volume, 118 mil, almost 119. Joe Biden's supposed to be talking soon. He was supposed to. Yesterday they announced Joe Biden was going to be having an economic meeting today. Did that ever happen? I felt like he was going to announce that he was giving the EV companies a bunch of money.
I've been proud to help lead House Democrats in that effort as chair of the new Regional Leadership Council and in the last Congress's majority leader. We're ensuring that these transformative laws reach every American in every corner of the country,
Joe Biden for sure.
From our biggest cities to our smallest towns and most rural areas. No matter where they live, all Americans deserve to see how these laws are investing in America, investing in Americans, creating jobs, lowering costs, and strengthening the middle class. I congratulate and thank President Biden and his administration for advancing that mission here in Maryland and throughout the country. Yeah, that's the applause line. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren, I thank President Biden for investing in a stronger, healthier, more competitive, and more job-producing America, today, tomorrow, and for generations yet to come. Now I'm pleased to introduce the junior senator, Chris Van Hollen. Soon to be the senior senator from the state of Maryland, Chris Van Hollen.
Thank you, Steny. Thank you, Steny Hoyer. It's an honor to be back here at Prince George's County Community College. To President Williams, thank you for your leadership. To the amazing faculty, staff, and the students at Prince George's County Community College, if you could please join me, Steny Hoyer, Ben Cardin, and our Governor Wes Moore in making sure that President Biden can hear your welcome backstage here. Thank you for being here, President Biden. That is a warm Maryland welcome. You know, this community college helps create strong career pathways so that students can achieve their dreams. So it's fitting that President Biden is here today to talk about his economic agenda, because Bidenomics is about creating pathways to make the American dream come true for all Americans. You know, for far too long, the reigning economic ideology in this country, and it's a fact that this has been especially true among Republicans and the MAGA crowd, has been the idea of trickle-down economics. You know what that is. It's the idea that you give big tax breaks to the very, very wealthy, and that somehow the benefits of those tax cuts will trickle down and lift everybody else up. That's the theory. The theory is that those tax cuts will provide a rising tide that will lift all boats. Well, that's the theory. Joe Biden knows that in the real world, It just doesn't work that way. He knows that in the real world, trickle-down economics is about making sure that the cuts help rise the waters so that the yachts and the already well-to-do go even higher, but everybody else gets left behind. Everyone else gets left behind. So the very wealthy keep getting wealthier, but everybody else is treading water. That's why instead of building an economy from the top down, trickle down, President Biden has been all about building an economy from the middle class out and from the bottom up, so that we can really raise all people's standard of living. That's what Bidenomics is all about. And we also have the proof from the previous administration as to their agenda, because when President Trump was in the White House and you had Republican control in the House and the Senate, they passed a $2 trillion tax cut that went mostly to the very, very wealthy, and also helped reward some American companies that ship jobs instead of American products overseas. That is not the Biden way. Instead of giving more tax cuts to corporations that ship jobs overseas, President Biden has pushed through laws that finally require the biggest multinational corporations to pay a little bit more of their fair share. I want you to think about this fact. In 2020, the year before Joe Biden was sworn in as president, 55 of the biggest corporations in America paid zero federal income taxes on $40 billion a year. That's not right. Under President Biden, we passed a law requiring a minimum 15% of those very big corporations. But it's how we use those revenues that matters, because what he did, President Biden, is to invest those funds in all of our futures, in making America stronger for everyone. The infrastructure modernization bill is resulting in putting more people to work right here in Prince George's County, building out transportation networks and building out high-speed internet connections. The CHIPS and Science Act, bringing more critical manufacturing jobs back home to the United States of America. The Inflation Reduction Act, creating more homegrown union jobs in the area of clean energy so we can also tackle the climate crisis. And we finally, something we've all been working on for decades, finally said to the big pharmaceutical companies, under the Medicare program gets to negotiate for lower drug prices for seniors. And the results are in. Congressman Hoyer mentioned the 13 million new jobs created, record for that first 2 years of an administration. Unemployment is down to record levels. We're seeing real wages up, union jobs up, new small businesses up. But I'm going to end with this. All of that is at risk right now as we speak. Because in the House of Representatives, the MAGA crowd is threatening to shut down the government unless they get their way on their far-right extreme agenda. What do they want to do? They want to go right back to trickle-down economics. They're calling for another round of very big tax cuts for the wealthiest Americans. They want to reverse the requirement that Medicare finally negotiate lower drug prices on our behalf. They want to undo the Inflation Reduction Act. So we cannot go back. We cannot turn back the clock. We cannot shut those doors of opportunity. We need to continue to build an inclusive economy with greater shared prosperity for all Americans. That's what Biden economics is all about. So I want to thank the President, thank all of you for being a part of this mission, and I want to thank the person I'm going to bring up next, because he's been a critical part of our efforts to get all of that done. I call him not only the senior senator, but the experienced senator from the state of Maryland. I want to thank him. He still has a while to go, and he's going to run right through the finish line, as you can tell from being here today. Ladies and gentlemen, please give Ben Cardin
a warm welcome. Thank you, Chris Van Hollen. I tell you, if you're going to have a partner in the United States Senate, I could not have a stronger partner than Chris Van Hollen, because people of Maryland and our nation, Team Maryland is strong. President Biden's in the House. It gives us a chance to say thank you, Mr. President, for what you've done. When you look at what he's been able to get accomplished in a very divided government, it's incredible. He deserves not only the thanks and appreciation, but the support of the American people for what he's been able to get done for us. Thank you, President Biden. Prince George Community College students are in the house. Dr. Williams, congratulations for your leadership here. This is one of the great institutions in our state.
Two more minutes to
President
power
could not
hour.
have picked a better venue to visit our state. We thank him for that. President Biden's vision has been clear from day one. Get us back on track after the devastating COVID pandemic. Rebuild an economy that lifts up those that are less fortunate and expands the middle class. Working from the bottom up, middle out, instead of the top down. Heard my colleagues, heard Steny Hoyer talk about that. You've heard Chris Van Hollen talk about that. Bidenomics is a paragon that shifts. It's building out the American economy, and it's a new way to close the income gap. It is working. Millions of Americans have been left behind. That disparity ends with Bidenomics, and it's about time. You heard Senator Van Hollen talk about this trickle down economics that Republicans have spelled.
Sounds like Bidenomics is stock squeeze-onomics. Biden says make the people rich with stock squeezes. Let's go, Biden.
Down economics. It has not worked. Bidenomics is centered on 3 pillars, and President Biden has delivered on each of them.
I'm really hoping that Joe Biden announces that he's given MULN $3.5 billion today for their battery, and say that they got the best battery. That'd be amazing.
Our transit system, what he's done for the Chesapeake Bay. These bills have made huge difference, transformational investments in our economy and in our communities. Second, empowering and educating workers. You're doing that at Prince George Community College. And promoting competition. Americans can compete and win as long as we have a level playing field, and Joe Biden's fighting to make sure we have that level playing field so we have the good jobs here in America. I am proud to say that under President Biden's leadership, transformational bills have been passed. For my colleagues list some of those. It's worth repeating because each one of these were incredible in their own right. The Chips and Science Bill talks about competition being here for us because we have the technology. We need to make sure that the productions are done here and the research is done here. That's what the Chips and Science Bill is all about. The Inflation Reduction Act, yes, we talk about it absolutely the greatest investment by any country ever in dealing with climate change. Climate change is real. We know that. We're going to be struggling with the aftermath on disaster relief in Congress. We've got to take steps to protect this earth. And the United States is now the leader, thanks to President Biden. But in that bill, he also, as pointed out by my colleagues, dealt with health care costs. We know that's a kitchen table discussion. How you pay for health care costs. Well, they're coming down. Insulin, $35 a month, cap. Thank you, President Biden, for what you've done. Negotiating prescription drug drugs. We have a plan. And Senator Van Hollen mentioned small business. I chair that committee. We had the largest growth in small businesses in our history
And in Maryland, it was led by women and women of color. We are making progress. We've left, as our governor says, we leave no one behind. PACT Act, our veterans, the new CBOC here in Prince George's County. We are making investments to do what's right for our veterans. And the list goes on and on and on. And I haven't even mentioned
Above
what
59
President
again.
Gladstone of our courts, Justice Jackson and the judges that have been appointed. What a difference that is making. And the Respect for Marriage Act, President Biden's record is one that is absolutely incredible, and he did that in a divided Congress. It was not easy. Now, you heard the job numbers, so I won't repeat them again. But 13.5 million new jobs is worth repeating. It's the fastest growth in our history. We have regained all the jobs lost during the pandemic and created 4 million more, including 1.5 million in manufacturing, construction, and engineering. The previous president, I think you know his name, lost 2.9 million jobs during that presidency. What a contrast. So, Bidenomics is about us. It's about all of us growing together as a nation. And it's been led by President Biden. And we're proud to be on his team. This is Team Maryland. Let me let you know that. I am so proud of the leadership we have with Governor Wes Moore. He is poised to take advantage of all of these tools. He's already brought our state together. My only complaint is he calls very too often. We've got a little work to do at times. But we love him, and we respect everything he's doing, and we're all so proud to be part of Team Maryland. Welcome the Governor of Maryland, Governor Wes Moore.
What's going on, Prince Georgians? Y'all all right? I see y'all up there. It's good to see you. And it's good being back. It's good being back. Y'all good? All right. I tell you what, we're great. I got the baddest federal delegation in the country. I am so thankful to have each of you. I am so grateful that every single day we know who is fighting for Maryland. Every single day down on Capitol Hill and beyond. So God bless all three of you, and thank you so much for all you do. God bless you. So listen, when we heard that the president was coming to town, the president said, listen, we want to spend some time with your best and your brightest. Where should we go? We here, y'all. You represent the best of us. Pick the right place. You represent, that's right, you represent the source of our pride. You represent the hope of every single aspiration. You represent the absolute best of us. So, I just want to say also to all the students, all the ones who are taking time off of class to come to this. I just want to say this to each and every one of you. You are here because this room will be really cool. Every room that you are in, you are there because you belong. Every room you are in, you are there because they just made that room better. Every room that you are in, you are simply just sitting in a seat or standing in a place that was hard-earned and hard fought for. You stand there with your chest out, you stand there with your chins up, and you represent the way you know how to. So God bless y'all. And I gotta tell y'all, so President Williams, and she knows, being here is also very personal for me. Because there's three things that I wear every single day. And each and every one of them, I wear them not just because they remind me of my commitment, but it's because they remind me of my strength. First is something I got when I was 17 years old, and those were my military dog tags. So, well, I can't hold them. I gotta take my clothes off. Mercy. Y'all are funny now. Here we go. Here we go. We working. My dog tags. I got these when I was 17 years old. And I wear them every single day. And they remind me of a commitment that I made. And they remind me of a pride that I have for every single person that I had the honor of serving with and the oath that we took. The second thing is I had the joy of 16 years ago marrying my best friend. And she is someone who and as she says, you know, she actually was raised in New York, but then she just happened to but then she just happened to come to Prince George's County for college, and she never left. So she always very proudly says that we got a Prince Georgian who's living in the governor's mansion right now. And the third thing that I wear is my ring from my 2-year college. You know, I ended up finishing up at Johns Hopkins and then doing my graduate work over in Oxford as a Rhodes Scholar. And people say, so why is it that you wear the ring from your 2-year college? Because it's my foundation. It's the foundation that I have been able to use in every single step of my journey, whether it was my time in the military, my time running a small business, my time running one of the largest poverty-fighting organizations in this country, or whether it was because of all of you becoming the 63rd governor of the state of Maryland, the first African-American in the history of the state. We are very proud of the fact that we have some of the best 4-year schools in America. A fact that we are very, very proud of. But I want to be very clear. We are going to end this myth that every single one of our students must attend one of them in order to be economically successful and in order to build up a society that we all hope for and dream for. We need to and we will make sure we are rewarding Marylanders from all walks of life and from all paths to make sure that no matter your start and no matter your destination, that you are going to have a state that supports you, that believes in you, and that is willing to invest in you. Because we need you. And when we say that, I'm thinking about people like Nicole. Nicole is a mother of 6 who I met at Howard Community College. Nicole was working as a full-time medical assistant while pursuing her associate's degree in nursing. And I met her during her graduation. So she's now a graduate. And she is serving on the front lines of Maryland's healthcare system, making sure that every single person who sees her knows that you have not just a trained, but loving arms that are going to welcome you. Her journey shows how community colleges open up the pathway for success, and not just for some, but for everyone who is courageous and hardworking enough to walk through them. That no matter your age, no matter your field, no matter your profession, no matter your passion, this place can and should be home. And we need to lift up people like Nicole and so many others, like so many here, who want to gain new skills, even if they're already part of the workforce. And that's why today, I am proud to announce that the state of Maryland will be directing $17 million towards adult education, and that includes funding for all 16 of the community colleges here in the state of Maryland.
Now, more scholarships.
Now that money is coming from a project that's coming in partnership between the U.S. Department of Labor, or U.S. Department of Education, and also our Department of Labor. And I want to thank all of our federal partners, and also I want to thank President Biden for giving us the tools that we need to build true pathways for prosperity for every single Marylander. And the reason that matters is this. Partnership matters, y'all. Who we have as our partner, it matters. It matters that we have an administration who understands what it means to have an economy that's built from the bottom up and the middle out. It matters that we have an administration who understands that results matter and that the people that we are intended to serve, that they should be
at the forefront of every decision that we're hoping to make. No matter our background, no matter your family lineage, no matter where you came from, no matter the obstacles you have had in life, this country is yours, and this country will defend you and support you.
Since when?
And it matters that we have a partner in Washington that understands that. Our president has been very clear on his vision to empower and educate workers and to grow middle class. And it's a vision that I stand by because it's not only good for Maryland, it's good for all of us. And I can tell you right now, I will never support plans. Some of these plans that are coming from, that we see on the far right, that are talking about cutting job training programs by 4.
More than 1/3 of undergrads at Creighton University complete research before graduation, so you'll solve real-world problems while preparing for your future. Find your light at creighton.edu/findyourlight.
The ones who took time off from work to
Nobody
be
wants to hear that.
For all of you who, for some of you who had to commute over an hour to be able to get here because there were not enough trains or buses or transportation assets. For all of you who are going to go home tonight and who are going to help your kids with their homework before you have a chance to work on your own. In Maryland, you are seen. In Maryland, you are heard. And in Maryland, you hold the key to all of our strength. So together, we're going to follow the lead of this president. We're going to work together to bring real results. And I can tell you right now, when we do it, this is going to be Maryland's decade. The rest of the country is going to know it. We are putting the rest of this country on notice. I have already let every single governor in this country know your time is up, our time is now. That in partnership, we are going to make this Maryland decade. And y'all, listen to me here. Think about what we've gotten done in the first 9 months. Imagine if you can give us another 4 years. We need this energy.
So, Tyler found this thing. We'll try to search it right now. See what happens. This is a federal computer system and is the property of the United States government. Interesting. I've never seen that headline in my whole life out of searching Google things. I've received a lot of messages, but not this one. And if you look at it, it says investments as the letterhead. And then it says batteries, 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 electric vehicles, batteries, batteries, electric vehicles, solar, electric vehicles, batteries, batteries. And it's got the name of the company that they're investing in. And one of the names for batteries and electric vehicles is MULN Automotive. Pretty damning. This is pretty gangster. Good job, Tyler. Joe Biden. Let's go, Brandon. I don't know anything about Maryland. Other than it's east, northeast, old school stuff. Probably one of the 13 original colonies. music better not fucking copyright my video. Little bitch asses. But we just want to listen to Joe Biden talk about it. If you guys are just tuning in, there's a thing in my Discord. I wonder if my Discord works on here. I might still be, like, I just don't remember usernames or passwords. Nice. Let's see. Uh-oh, it didn't work. Scan this with the Discord mobile app to log in instantly. Discord. How do I scan with the Discord mobile app? Here we go. Nice. Technology, motherfuckers. Alright, so check this out. Here's the picture that he has. And you can see it says www.1.eere.energy.gov. It says investments. It's got what the investment's for and the company. MULN's getting money for batteries and electric vehicles. And when we plug this into the search, this is the website we get. Notice, this is a federal computer system and is property of the United States government, saying get the fuck out of here. That's pretty gangster. Is Joe Biden coming up? He sure is.
As my mother would instruct me to say, please excuse my back. I apologize. Sade, I just told her when she walked off the stage.
Talk louder, Joe
when
Biden.
When she's president and they say Joe Biden's out in the waiting room, she promised me she won't say Joe who. Please, do you have seats? Okay, I once said that early on in my tenure, Gov, and I said, everybody take a seat. None of them had seats. Well, I tell you what, you guys are impressive. And three of you are really close friends. And one's about to become a close friend. Gov, my problem is your biceps.
Talk in the fucking mic, stupid old man.
You're not in very good shape, but I've worked
goddamn
with you.
retard.
No, but really and truly, thank you. And I appreciate it very much. Senator Ben Cardin is one of the great, I hate the phrase public servants, but it is true. You know, I judge my colleagues over the years based on not just their intellectual capacity and their decency, but their integrity. The men you have here have incredible integrity. And it's just amazing. Chris Van Hollen is one of the reasons why I got elected vice president. He's the guy that did my debate prep for me. And without it, I'd been in real trouble. And Steny Hoyer, he and I share the eastern shore of Delaware and the western shore of Maryland. You know that whole area in there?
Read the script. Stop fucking talking.
Really is part of Delaware, but he doesn't. And David, thank you for being such a great partner. You've been great as well. I really do appreciate it. Prince George Community College, thanks for welcoming us here today. As many of you know, My wife is a professor at a community college. Matter of fact, she's teaching today. She has an expression, and I mean, this is the God's truth. She said, any country that out-educates us will out-compete us. Any country that out-educates us will out-compete us. The work you do here preparing students to compete in the economy of the future is real. It matters. This summer, I traveled to Chicago where I spoke about a fundamentally changing American economy. From an economy that for decades rewarded those who are at the very top and left everyone behind, who are just on their own, basically. One that gives working people in this nation not only a fighting chance, they didn't do. You know, we had that trickle-down economy. Not a whole lot. I grew up in we weren't poor, but we had a 3-bedroom split-level house with 4 kids and a grandpa living with us. And I didn't see a whole lot trickle down on my dad's kitchen table. But you know, everybody deserves a shot at building the lives they deserve for their families. And we've done that for the first time in a long time. We've climbed out of our great economic crisis. It's beginning to work for working people. This nation's very rich. We have, and who have benefited the most has been the very rich, though, not everybody. And that's not how it should be. The new economic vision has been labeled by those in the Wall Street Journal and the London Economist and some of the more conservative press as Bidenomics. Well, they didn't mean it as a compliment at first. But now they're getting it. What's Bidenomics? It's about investing in, and I feel like I'm going to try not to repeat some of what my colleagues have already said, but it's about investing in America. Investing in America and investing in Americans, American people. It's about growing the economy from the middle out and the bottom up instead of the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. I'm a capitalist. If you guys go out here and you can make $1 billion, go get it. Just pay a little more tax. But look, but our friends on the other team, on the other side of the aisle, they have a very different vision for America. And by the way, you have this, I think you have this book on your table, on your chairs, maybe not. I thought did my staff hand this out? You just have a little one. But I'm the only president who hands out the opposition's economic plan. Oh, you think I'm kidding? Protecting American economic security, fiscal year 2024, the budget, the study committee of Kevin Hearn, budget, and it goes on. This is the mega budget. The mega budget. You know, I want you to take a look at it. I think we have other copies of it. If we don't, we'll get you some. So since I've come to office, all they've really done is attack me and my economic plan. There hadn't been much else. Even though we've created, as you pointed out, over 13 million jobs, more jobs in 2 years than any president's created in a 4-year term. Even though I'm not looking. Even though we've had 19 straight months of unemployment under 4% for the first time in American history. Even though we have the lowest inflation rate of any major economy in the world, with core inflation rate the last 3 months at 2.4%. We got more to do, even though we've created 800,000 manufacturing jobs. And a manufacturing boom we haven't seen in decades. Even though America, as we met here today, has the strongest economy in the world. Let me say that again. America has the strongest economy in the world of all major economies. But and all they do is attack it. But you know, notice something. For all the time they spend attacking me and my plans, here's what they never do. They never talk about what they want to do. No, think about it. They tell you what they're against. What are they for? It's like they want to keep it a secret. I don't blame them. But today I'm going to talk about their plans. Look, we're going to talk about the MAGA Republican economic plan. And by the way, this is not your father's Republican Party. This is a different deal. All kidding aside, we've all worked with Republicans on the other side over our careers, and we've become good friends, honest, decent people. Disagree like hell with them, but they were in the deal. They thought the institutions mattered. They thought it mattered. But guess what? Democracy and business, I don't think they think it matters. Because the country should know the facts. They should know the choice between Bidenomics and Maganomics. American growth and hope, and we're building for American lost jobs, raising fears. MAGA Republicans they gave us a few short years ago. Look, their plan, Maganomics, is more extreme than anything America's ever seen before. Just months ago, they went further than anyone has ever gone, threatening to default on the debt that's over 220 years old. Default, unless we gave them everything they wanted. We gave them nothing they wanted. We gave nothing when we got a deal. But up to now, Republicans have given us a failed plan, trickle-down economics that didn't work. My guess is your story is just like mine. Not much trickle-down ended up helping y'all. Instead, there's what trickle-down economics did. It shipped jobs overseas. It's a basic thing. Find the cheapest place in the world for labor, send the jobs there, the product there, and then import the product home. Well, you know, they hollowed out the main streets of America. They did the same for the middle class. They blew up the deficit. It produced an anemic economic growth, if any growth at all. And it stripped the dignity and pride and hope out of a community, one after another. You know, when you have those communities where there's been that factory employing 250 people in a small community for years and years, and then it closes down. You don't just lose a job.
30 minutes.
You lose a sense of belonging.
Let's fucking go, Mullen.
They lose their pride. They lose their sense of pride. And now these MAGA Republicans have taken a plan I've never worked. You know, look, the plan they're proposing never worked, but they decided to make it much, much worse. Now Republicans in Congress are doubling down with a plan that does three things. One, it cuts taxes even more for the very wealthy and big corporations. Two, it cuts Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Three, it raises costs for families, gutting investments in the middle class. Under their plan, the top 1%, 1/10 of 1% of households that make over $4 million a year are going to get another tax cut worth more than 2 times what the typical American family makes in a single year. Let me say that again. 2 times what the average family makes a year is going to be the tax cut they're proposing to give to the very wealthy. MAGA Republicans in Congress are also trying to undo the progress we made to make it you know, look, what I was able to do in what they call the G7 among the NATO countries and European countries, I was able to get them to all agree, and then around the world, all the democracies, agree that we were going to have a global minimum tax on corporations, meaning that you couldn't have offering a tax to build or make something in another country that is considerably lower than what the tax would be in that country where in fact it comes from. And that global minimum tax was finally agreed. It took me a better part of a year to get it done.
The noise that happens
And
in
guess
my
what?
backyard is
They want to get rid of it. Let corporations go back to shifting jobs and profits overseas, avoiding paying taxes at home. And who's going to pay for
Living
that?
in a
Well, now we
condominium
know
is a
because the MAGA
fucking
Republican
joke.
Congress has finally released the budget I just referenced. The answer is
They all get mad because
seniors
I scream in my
and hardworking
backyard, but if
Americans
you're
are
just
gonna pay
back
for
here
it.
trying to be quiet,
talk
it's
much about-
impossible. So stop
But
acting
I
like
got
I'm
the
the
budget.
problem.
I mean, literally, it's here.
The fucking condensed space.
And it's all
is
in
the
black and
problem.
white. And just for your convenience, I thought I left it. My staff told me they left a copy on your seats, but I guess they didn't. So here's what it does. Their budget gives $5.1 trillion in additional tax cuts skewed to the wealthy people and big corporations, while cutting $700 billion from Social Security. Hear me now. $700 billion from Social Security and $1 trillion from Medicare. Let me say that again. Cut Social Security by $700 billion, and Medicare by $1 trillion. They want to raise the Social Security retirement age, which means a 13% cut in benefits for seniors who retires at the age of 67. Imagine, you work your whole life, every single paycheck you've had, you paid into that system. You thought you'd be able to retire with a little bit of dignity.
Opportunity not just for the fortunate few, but for the people. All the people. Last Congress, Democrats put more opportunities within reach of working families than ever before. We put people over politics. We invested.
What does it mean? Under Meganomics, as I'm calling it, tens of millions of Americans could lose their insurance. Waiting lists would skyrocket for seniors who need home or community-based care because they have nowhere else to go. They can't have no family to take care of them. Children would not get adequate health care. MAGA Republicans don't think we should be investing in education, and that's not an exaggeration. Students here at Prince George's Community College should know MAGA Republicans in Congress want to slash Pell Grants. More than 6 million students who count on these grants to be able to afford to go to college would lose it. That's what they're pressing for. You saw how they took on my attempt to eliminate student debt, although we're still going to eliminate a hell of a lot of student debt. And by the way, they actually want to cut 1,800 food safety inspectors. I'm serious. I mean, unless I was in, I don't know, Russia, you wouldn't think these would make any sense. But here, so they want to slash research on cures for cancer and Alzheimer's by nearly $4 billion. I got my team over here to go along with when President Obama allowed me to set up the whole effort to deal with cancer, allowing me to use any office, any administration facility. And we've invested billions of dollars. We're on the cusp of changing cancer. You know, we made a commitment, cut cancer in half in 25 years, and extend life to Americans suffering from cancer by significant numbers. It's happening. But they want to cut the funding. Cut the funding. They want to cut the funding that guarantees the clean air and clean water. They don't want those inspectors out there. The new Republican Meganomics would mean 82,000 children would lose access to Head Start for low-income students and affordable preschool. Not only do they not willing to support our joint effort among your delegation and me to make sure that we're in a situation where we provide for early education. You know, if you send a child to school, no matter what the background is, not to daycare, but to school, where they teach reading, writing, arithmetic at age 3, the cost is de minimis, and you increase by 56% the chance that that child, no matter what background they come from, will go through 12 years of school and on to community college if they choose, and be able to do that. 56%. Look, folks, they want to cut 226,000 teachers and staff. Could lose their jobs at Title I schools that serve the most vulnerable. And now they're turning their backs on the bipartisan budget deal. Speaker McCarthy made with me just a few months ago, after threatening to do something no one came very close to do it, shutting down and reneging on our national debt, which would have caused an international economic crisis. Well, they're back at it again, breaking their commitment, threatening more cuts and threatening to shut down government again this month. Now, what they do talk about is claiming all these cuts are going to reduce the deficit. When it comes to reducing the deficit, let's compare the records a little bit. Under my predecessor, you remember the self-professed king of debt? Well, it turned out he was. He's actually the emperor of debt. He created more debt than any other president did in 1 year. No, I'm serious. For starters, when he passed that $2 trillion tax cut, skewed to the wealthy and big corporations, they didn't pay for a penny of it. The end result was that it ballooned the national debt by nearly 40%. Over a 200-year accumulated debt, it ballooned it by 40%. Well, I've taken a different approach with the help of your delegation. I'm not being solicitous when I say that. You have the best delegation in the country. And that's not just because my whole family's from
electric, I
Baltimore.
wouldn't think hear that shit.
Look, we just cut the budget deficit by 100. They helped me
And you know,
cut the
like,
deficit by
these blowers that they're
$160
using,
billion.
like, whether they're electric or
$160
whether they use a
You
fucking
know how we did it?
broom,
By giving Medicare the
like,
power
they
to
don't need to go
negotiate
to
for
everyone's
lower
front
prescription drugs.
doorstep with a
There's nothing more powerful than you. Making your thing happen. Really going for it.
Along with your senators and congressmen trying for our whole careers to take on Big Pharma. Well, they've intimidated. They spent $200 million on having their lobbyists make sure that didn't happen. But guess what? It happened. We finally won. Not a single solitary Republican voted for that. And now they want to repeal it. I hope American seniors are listening because we've made enormous progress here. Let's be clear. We pay more for drug prices, for prescription drugs, than any nation in the world. And here, let me be precise with you. If you go in and have a prescription, and you go into a drugstore here in Maryland or anywhere in the United States, and you get the same prescription in Toronto, Canada, or London, England, or Paris, France, or Madrid, Spain, you're going to pay somewhere between 20 and 40% less than those other countries. Same exact drug, made by the same exact company. It's wrong. Guess what? We changed it, and we're not going back. I don't get it, man. Up till now, seniors have been paying up to $400 a month for their insulin. We reduced that to $35, and at $35, the drug company is still making 350% profit because the guy who invented the insulin for diabetes didn't patent it because he wanted it available to everybody. To make it and to package it costs $13 to $14, and they're paying $35 now for it. $35. Democrats just got, and Republicans are trying to take that away. We did something else too you should be aware of. Just a few years ago, as was pointed out, 55 of the largest corporations, the Fortune 500, paid zero in income tax, and they made $40 billion. I said I was going to do everything I could to make sure they start paying their fair share. Well, we changed that. Now the biggest corporations have to pay a minimum tax of 15%, so they don't get away with paying nothing. As a matter of fact, they're supposed to be paying a minimum of 21%. 21%, that's what the tax law says. You know, big corporations are, by the way, I know a little bit about big corporations. I'm from Delaware. More corporations are incorporated in Delaware than every other state in the United States of America combined. And look, I want them to do well, but pay your taxes. But they're complaining. So MAGA Republicans are carrying their water. They want to go back to telling them pay nothing again and you have to pick up the tab instead. You pick up the tab. Not only are they refusing to take corporations, make them pay their fair share. Early this week it was reported that MAGA Republicans are planning to give an additional, this is not, again, this is all public, an additional $1 trillion tax cut. $1 trillion tax cut for big corporations. They're doing very well, I might add. Apparently, they think corporations, which make record profits in recent years, pay too much in taxes. It's unbelievable. To hear MAGA Republicans in Congress tell it the only way to reduce the deficit is to cut Medicare, Social Security, that you have paid for in your whole life. From the time you've had your first job, you had to pay the Social Security. Out of every paycheck. Give me a break. These guys are just plain wrong, and they proved it. On my watch, the deficit already has fallen by over $1 trillion. $1 trillion so far. I signed legislation to reduce the deficit by another $1 trillion over the next decade. And the budget I'm putting forward this year would cut the deficit by another $2.5 trillion on top of that. We're doing it by making the wealthy and big corporations begin to pay their fair share. I'm not talking about 70% taxes. I'm talking about 36% trade taxes, 24% taxes. How many of you think the tax code is fair? Raise your hand. Even if you're making it. No, I'm serious. Even if you're making a lot of money. You know, we've gone in the pandemic from about 740 billionaires in America to 1,000. Well, guess what? These billionaires pay an average of, guess what? Less than 8% in federal taxes. Less than 8% on a yearly basis. They pay a lower tax rate than a firefighter, a teacher, a cop. How can that be right? How can that possibly be right? My friends came up with an answer. Guess what? The Republicans, last time out, when they were in charge, last president was there. What they did was they cut the number of tax examiners. They cut them. Everything, well, that's great. Do I get rid of those tax examiners? Guess what? They cut all the folks that are very sophisticated tax examiners. That takes years to learn and how you go through $1 trillion income. How do you determine what they pay? They cut them. It's time billionaires began to pay at least a minimum tax of 25%, for God's sake. There'll still be multi-billionaires at that. You ought to make the tax code more fair, not less fair. That's why I promised that no one making under $400,000, I've never seen that, but no one making under $400,000 will see their federal taxes go up a single penny. Like, I've kept that promise, and I will keep it. That's why I expect the child care tax credit, helping millions of middle-class families. It's a great benefit to those families. It increases economic, and by the way, it increases economic growth. All the things we do for middle-class and working-class families increases economic productivity. When you have a child care tax credit, you're a middle or lower middle-class income person. Guess what? It means you can get help for your kid and you can go to work at the same time. And now MAGA Republicans in Congress did not support continuing that extended tax cut. And this week we learned what happened as a result of their position. About 3 million more kids are now living in poverty because we've cut that again. I'm fighting to restore the child tax credit. Once again, lift these kids out of poverty. Folks, it wasn't that long ago we were losing jobs in this country. In fact, only 2 presidents in American history with fewer jobs the day they left office than when they started. One was President Hoover. Seriously, only 2 presidents in American history. And look, you may remember my predecessor promised to be the greatest job president in history. Well, it didn't really work out that way. He lost 2 million jobs over the course of his presidency. 2 million. We've created 13.4 million new jobs. We not only recovered all the jobs we lost during the pandemic, we've added millions more. We've seen record lows in unemployment, particularly, and I've focused on this my whole career, particularly for African Americans and Hispanic workers and veterans. You know, workers without high school diplomas, the lowest unemployment rate in 70 years for women now. And by the way, when I got elected, I promised I wanted an administration that looked like America. I got more women in the cabinet than any president has ever in history. I got more women than men in the cabinet. I put more black women on the appellate court and the Supreme Court than every other president combined in American history. A higher share of working-age Americans are in the workforce now than any time in the past 20 years. And job satisfaction is higher than it's been for 36 years. And we're growing the economy. You know, my dad used to have a saying, and I give him my word, this is real. I'm not making this up. He'd say it all the time. He'd say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than the paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay, and mean it. That's Bidenomics. That's the objective of it. Prior administration promised to revive manufacturing. They failed. I'm not sure they even tried, to be honest with you. No, I'm serious. I'm not sure they tried. As a matter of fact, they had a theory. And ship jobs overseas, cheaper labor markets, and import the product. Well, I went back, and I don't know, guys, I didn't know this, and I've been around a long time. I didn't know that Roosevelt passed in 1934 a piece of legislation that said that when the president is given money by the Congress gets money appropriated to spend for the American people, he should only hire American workers and only use American products. No president ever tried to really keep that going, but I have. And here's the deal. That's why we've grown so rapidly. If we don't have the technique, we don't have the particular skill required, you can make an exception and not spend it on an American worker. But we got to invest in America. We're making things in America again. You know, folks, it's just amazing how much has changed. We used to have the largest economy in the world in terms of manufacturing. Under my presidency, America has surged in the front again. We're now on track having the strongest economy in the world for decades to come. Prior administration promised to rebuild our nation's infrastructure. Remember Infrastructure Week? Every week, and then Infrastructure Month? Well, guess what? It never came. Great real estate builder, the former president, he didn't build a damn thing. No, I mean, think about this. Can you believe we used to have the best infrastructure in the world? Right, the best infrastructure, not a joke, the best infrastructure in the world, rated by all these international agencies. But guess what? We fell to rank number 13 in the world. 13 in the world, 12 countries. Better infrastructure, bridges, roads, across the board than we have. Well, when I signed the bipartisan infrastructure bill these guys helped me get through, we're now investing in America again. Our roads, our bridges, our ports, our airports, high-speed internet, removing lead pipes from everyone so they have access to clean water. Look, folks, because you can't have the strongest economy in the world without the best infrastructure in the world. How can you do both? I mean, you can't. We're making sure we're growing the economy in a way that benefits all Americans. We awarded a record $70 billion in federal contracts to small, disadvantaged businesses, and more black small businesses are starting up than any time in American history. Now we have the fastest economic growth from the pandemic of any world economy. We have the lowest inflation rate among the major economies. And we had a lot more to do, though. And I'm going to get those gas prices down again, I promise you. Thank you. But seriously, we're living through one of the greatest job creation periods in our history. And folks, it's not an accident. It's not an accident. That literally is our economic plan in action, Bidenomics in action. Let me close with this. There's a lot more I know we can talk about. I wish I had a chance to take all your questions, but I'm going to get in real trouble if I do that. But all kidding aside, we've faced some pretty tough times in recent years. But America didn't give up. America never gives up. I've said it 1,000 times. There's no quit in America. No quit. But you hear from our friends on the other side, the MAGA Republicans, what's wrong with America. Everything's wrong with America. They keep telling us America's failing. Well, they're wrong. They're failing. America's not failing. America's winning. And there's one reason for it. You, all you people, get up every single morning and go out to try to do the right thing. You, the American people, you're the one with a grit determination, not me or your elected officials, you. Whatever we've set our mind to as a country, we've always accomplished. We've never failed. Not a joke. Think about it. Name me one objective America's set that they haven't been able to accomplish if we work together. Name one. And folks, that's not going to change. I've long said it's never been a good bet to bet against America. It's not a good bet today. America's best days are ahead of us, not behind us, and I can tell you. I know virtually every major world leader and know most of them pretty well. Every one of them looking at us. Every single one of them. I can honestly say I've never been more optimistic about America's future. Never, never, never. Just remember who the hell we are. We're the United States of America. And this is for real. This isn't a campaign speech. This is for real. There's nothing beyond our capacity when we work together. Nothing. Nothing. Folks, one of the reasons I'm so optimistic is we really are the most unique nation in the world. And you say, well, every nation says it. No, think about it. I mean, in real terms. I think we're the most unique nation in the whole world. Every other country is based on ethnicity, geography, religion, race, creed. We're the only nation, and this is literal, think about it. We're the only nation based on an idea. An idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men and women are created equal, endowed with, they're created with certain inalienable rights. Look, we've never fully lived up to it. We've never walked away from it. These other guys are trying to walk away from it. I'm about to make a major speech. I've made one back when I ran the last time. In 2020, up at Independence Hall. Democracy is at stake, folks. Our democracy is under attack. And we got to fight for it. I taught at the University of Pennsylvania for 4 years, and I used to teach political theory. And folks, You always hear every generation has to fight for democracy. And I found myself, it's automatic, we didn't have to believe it. But we do. We do. And look, it's who we are. I had a long talk with my counterpart, who I've known for 25 years, Vladimir Putin. And he started to, he said to me, this was early on when I first got elected, and we're talking about strategic doctrine and keeping nuclear weapons out of space, etc., in Geneva. And he sat there, and when I was making the case, he looked at me and he said that the reason I'm reluctant to talk to you about this, you expect me to bring China along all the time. I said, oh, I don't expect you to bring China along. So you got essentially a 6,000-mile border with China. Your tundra is melting in the Arctic Circle. Methane is coming out. You got a lot of problems. And China doesn't respect you that much. He looked at me, stood up. I said, we have Canada to our north, Mexico to our south, Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. We got the most heterogeneous nation in the history of the world. And we're together. I'm not asking you to do anything except yourself. It ended up with a very different ending, but my point is, the idea of who we are, there's nothing beyond, I promise you. Madeleine Albright was right, fellas. We are the central nation. There's not a single room I walk into, not because of Joe Biden, I mean that sincerely, because I'm President of the United States. Not a single nation I walk into, a room I walk into, the rest of the world doesn't stop and say, basically, what do you think? Not a joke. We just got to remember who we are. We are the United States of America. There's nothing beyond our capacity. God bless you all.
Well, that was fun. That's the best he's spoken on in public in a long fucking time. Sounds like something real must be happening if they're forcing him to get out there and actually say something. I would love to see MULN skyrocket while he was talking. We got a few minutes left. Otherwise, we just gotta pray tomorrow's huge. It's gonna be huge. Let's see what we got here. The Attaboy IV bags. Joe Biden did have a little more pep in his step than normal, didn't he? Good job, Joe Biden. As long as you don't suppress the MULN stock squeeze, like, you're no more guilty than all the rest of them. As long as you give us what we want, there won't have to be too much blood. The blood is already happening. It's gonna keep happening until you give us what we want. This is the only way. Oh man, it looks like tomorrow's just gonna be amazing though. Like we held such a strong gain today, 4th day in a row. If we don't hit more than $10 tomorrow, I'm gonna be shocked. Few more minutes. If we go check this Discord out, there's a couple things. So there's a website where you can check the government investments, and you can click the boxes of what kind of company you're searching for, and you select everything. One of the things that pop up is a thing that says MULN Automotive. And there's like, it says how much money is going in and for how many employees is unspecified. Calm down here. Why am I computer gonna do that? It's true now. Alright. So, which means ATVM loan around the corner. MULN has made huge progress towards production. I mean, it means that the loan's already been approved. Just like everything else is already around the corner, like the MULN 5 ready to fucking be in your driveway. It's all fucking done, and they're just not allowed to announce it. But, like, this is just evidence that, yes, MULN was approved. If MULN's getting funding from the government, you can guarantee they're not being delisted. And it's just not enough people looking to see what's actually going on. Like, there's just so few people that are intelligent enough, I guess. About to hit that 130 million volume almost. Unless we pump in the last minute. Super boring. Well, guess we see what happens tomorrow. Like, even if the after hours pump, I'm probably not gonna jump on a live stream. I don't really care to fuck with after hours. But if the pre-market is up like 100% tomorrow morning, then I'll definitely try to get live before we open. But hopefully the pre-market opens up 100%. It could happen. It could happen. Just gotta wait to see. Alright guys, well, we're about to close here and I'm about to take off. Looks like we closed. Started out. Oh damn, they dropped it to 57 for the close. No bitches. Well, I hope you guys have a good after hours. But I don't care either way. I'm excited for tomorrow.
see you guys tomorrow.